anything we need to put on the record before we invite Ms. Lopez to rejoin us? All right. Deputy McNair, let's have Ms. Lopez, please.
Kindly excuse from the courtroom, Mr. McNally, Irma, and Mr. Pavlik, if he is here.
Yes, any other persons who may be called to testify regarding this witness be excused from the courtroom. Yes. All right, Ms. Lopez, would you please resume the witness stand? All right, good morning, Ms. Lopez.
Buenos días, señora López.
Buenos días, señor.
You're reminded that you're still under oath.
Se les recuerda que todavía está bajo juramento.
Sí, señor.
All right, let's have
Yes,
it
sir.
quiet in the courtroom, please. And Mr. Cochran. I don't know. All right, Mr. Cochran, conclude your direct examination.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. And at your request, Your Honor, I'm now wired. Let me make sure that she's picking up my voice. Thank you, Your Honor. This will enable me, I understand, to move around as needed. Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Lopez.
Buenos días, señora López.
Buenos días, señor.
Good morning, sir.
Are you glad to be here today?
¿Le da gusto estar aquí hoy?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Why not?
¿Por qué no?
Overruled.
Prefiero oír que la señora Clark dijo que mi vida estaba más bien aquí.
I heard that Miss Clark said that my life was better here,
Pero quiero decirle algo.
but I want to tell her something.
Prefiero,
Only relevant, Your Honor, it's non-responsive. And it is irrelevant.
Ms. Clark, are you conducting this?
It is irrelevant, Your Honor.
It is. It's non-responsive. However, Ms. Clark, I'd appreciate. This is the third time we've done this on this witness.
Go ahead.
Just ask another question.
Please.
You still would rather not be here, is that right, ma'am?
De
no.
todas formas, ¿usted preferiría no estar aquí? ¿No es eso así?
Sí.
Yes.
And are you still planning to leave the Los Angeles area as soon as you finish testifying?
¿Y todavía planea irse del área de Los Ángeles en cuanto termine de dar testimonio?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, when last we asked you some questions, I guess that was
Ahora.
on Tuesday,
La última vez que le hicimos preguntas, el martes pasado,
you described a detective who came to your door in the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994. Do you recall that?
usted describió...
Yeah, she's in a description.
I mean, she talked about a detective, you want to say.
All right, rephrase the question.
Okay. You talked about a detective who came to your door in the early morning hours of June 13th. Is that correct?
Usted habló acerca de un detective que habló con usted temprano por la mañana del 13 de junio del 94. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you told us this detective was named Mark Fairman. Is that what you said?
Y usted nos dijo que el nombre de ese detective era Mark Fairman. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And if you were to see a video of this particular person, would you be able to identify him?
Y si usted viera un video de esta persona en particular, ¿usted lo podría identificar?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And I would like to have Mr. Harris call up a portion of a video.
I was object. Show the witness a video of a single individual would be unduly suggestive, Your Honor, and leading.
She's given us the name, Your Honor, and if she can identify it, then so be it. If she can't, then so be it.
In addition, if I might,
Hold on.
I'd like to see the exhibits before they're shown.
He's seen this before, and I'll be glad to.
All right, let's display it on council's video only, please.
Not up on the witness
Right.
video. Council scene during the opening statement.
Show the witness a single photograph, Your Honor. It's unduly suggestive. In addition, there's a name flashing directly across the individual's chest there.
We can show the first part without the name, Your Honor.
The person is seated at the
Stop it.
witness stand with a microphone, just like this one. It's so suggestive, it's objectionable, Your Honor.
I can ask a couple of other foundational questions, Your Honor.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
After this detective, whom you said was Mark Furman, came to your residence,
Después de que ese detective, quien usted dice que es Mark Fairman,
did you ever have
llegó a su
occasion
casa,
to see that individual in court on television at any time after June 13th, 1994?
Sustained.
Did you ever, Your Honor, if I can ask this question, did you ever see this person on television at any time?
Yes.
En algún momento dado, vio usted a esta persona en televisión en algún momento dado?
Sí, señor.
Yes,
Wh-
sir.
When was that?
¿Y cuándo fue eso?
Cuando vino él a testificar.
When he came to testify.
And how did you see him when he came to testify?
¿Y cómo lo vio usted cuando él vino a dar testimonio?
Lo mismo como cuando lo vi en la puerta.
The same way, like when I saw him at the door.
And was it the same person?
¿Y era la misma persona?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you saw this on television?
¿Y usted vio esto en televisión?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And do you think you'd recognize this person again if you saw a video of that person?
¿Y usted piensa que reconocería a esta persona de nuevo si usted viera un video de esta persona?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Sure, and I'd like to leave you to show the video, at least the first part of it.
Have you shown this to her before?
No, I'm not showing you, no.
Objection.
All right, it's overruled, goes to the wait.
All right. And can you stop it before there's any name comes across the screen? Or at some point, if that, I'd prefer their name not be on there.
Well, can we just play it, Mr. Harris, and just freeze it at that point and then put it on the screen? All right.
Freeze that. Can you freeze that?
No, we're not objecting. You should preclude counsel from asking any further questions regarding this video.
All right, overruled. Can we freeze that?
She has already seen it all.
Now, you haven't looked at your monitor yet, have you?
Ahora, usted todavía no ha visto su monitor,
Sí.
¿correcto?
No.
No.
Okay, can you look at your monitor now?
¿Podría ver a su monitor ahora, en este momento?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize the person in that, depicted in that photograph there, ma'am?
¿Reconoce usted a la persona que muestra esa fotografía que está ahí, señora?
Sí.
Yes.
And who is that person?
¿Y quién es esa persona?
Mark Fermer.
Mark Furman.
And is that who is that man in relation to, is that the same man you saw on June 13th, 1994?
¿Y quién es esa persona en relación a... ¿Ese es el mismo hombre que usted vio el 13 de junio de 1994?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And is that the individual you had the conversation with that morning?
¿Y ese es el individuo con quien usted tuvo una conversación esta mañana?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Is that the same person who promised you and LAPD officers would come back and talk to you?
¿Es la misma persona?
Sustain.
Your Honor, I would like it to mark this as, I'd like to have that printed and mark this as the defendant's next in order, if the court please.
Yes. 1046.
Will the court require Mr. Cochran to mark the entire video for purposes of this hearing? The witness did see the entire
Yes.
video.
Well, not the entire video.
Entire
but-
video,
Well,
without
she
marking.
saw Mr. Furman's name. And
All right, Mr. Harris, you'll make that available to us. Thank you.
then I'd like to mark, if it's not going to be marked by Mr. Cochran, I'd like to mark.
I'll
people's
I'll
names in
mark it,
line.
I have no problem.
1046 is the video, 1046A will be the still from the video.
Can you print out the still?
All right,
great.
proceed.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Now, you mentioned at some point, Ms. Lopez, that you knew something about the inside of Mr. Simpson's house. Do you recall that?
Ahora, usted mencionó en cierto momento, señora López, que usted sabía algo acerca del interior de la casa del señor Simpson. ¿Recuerda eso?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And would you tell the court whether or not you'd ever been inside the Simpson residence at Rockingham?
¿Y le podría decir usted al juez si en algún momento dado ha estado usted dentro de la casa del señor Simpson en la Rockingham?
Sí, señor juez.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what was the occasion that you were, occasion or occasions that you went inside that residence?
¿Y en qué ocasión o en qué ocasiones es que estuvo usted dentro de esa casa?
Porque Michelle me invitaba a tomar un té cuando estábamos solas.
Because Michelle would invite me to come over for tea when we were alone.
And who was Michelle?
¿Y quién es Michelle?
Era la housekeeper de Mr. Simpson.
She was Mr. Simpson's housekeeper.
And when you, on the occasions when you go over for tea, was Mr. Simpson ever at home during those times?
Y en las ocasiones cuando usted iba a tomar té, ¿el señor Simpson estaba en casa en esas ocasiones?
No.
No.
All right, did you ever have any other occasion to interact with Michelle or do anything at the Simpson home?
Muy bien, ¿en algún otro momento tuvo usted la oportunidad de juntarse con Michelle o hacer alguna otra cosa en la casa del señor Simpson?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that, if you will.
Y háblenos con respecto a eso, si podría hacerlo.
Michelle un día me llamó por teléfono
Michelle wasn't feeling, one day she called me on the phone
que no se sentía muy bien
that she didn't feel very well,
y quería que le hiciera el favor
and she wanted me to do her the favor
tu- que hiciera la cama de Mr. Simpson.
to make Mr. Simpson's bed.
And do you know when that was?
¿Y sabe usted cuándo fue eso?
No, no me recuerdo.
No, I don't remember.
On how many occasions that it happened that you helped her out by making Mr. Simpson's bed?
¿Cuántas veces pasó eso de que usted le ayudó arreglándole la cama del señor Simpson?
Una vez.
One time.
And was he home on that occasion?
¿Y él estaba en casa en esa ocasión?
No.
No.
And that was the only time?
Y esa fue la única vez.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, on Tuesday, you described for us that after 10 o'clock, you came out with the dog and walked the dog in the front of the house. Do you recall that?
Ahora, el martes usted nos describió que usted había salido con el perro y que había caminado al perro enfrente de la casa. ¿Recuerda usted eso?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And when you're up in the front of the Salinger's home on Rockingham
Y cuando usted estuvo enfrente de la casa de la familia Salinger sobre la Rockingham
with the dog,
con el perro,
were you able, from the place you were walking the dog, able to see the Bronco?
usted pudo, desde el lugar donde se estaba caminando al perro, ¿pudo ver el bronco?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
With regard to this dog, is the dog, is that a young dog or an old dog, or what about that dog?
Con respecto a este perro, ¿ese es un perro viejo, un perro joven o qué nos dice de ese perro?
No recuerdo porque no Mr. Salinger le pregunté la edad del perro y no me acuerdo. Parece que tiene 39, 34, 39 años, algo así.
I don't remember. I asked Mr. Salinger the age of the dog, and I think he said something like he's 34, 39 years
I don't
old.
know.
I don't remember, something like that.
7 years, something like that. I don't know.
7 years, something like that. I don't know.
One of the reasons I asked you that was that you'd said something about the dog bit himself or scratched himself.
Una de las razones por las cuales digo eso porque usted dice que el perro se mordió, se
If I
rasguñó.
can finish. You'd mentioned
Almost.
that the dog had some kind of a collar because of some propensity to, or some inclination to bite or scratch itself.
Usted mencionó que el perro tenía una clase de...
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes. She can say yes or no. It's asking for an affirmation of that. Also, we've heard testimony about it already.
El perro tenía una clase de collar puesto porque tenía la tendencia de rascarse o de morderse, algo así.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, back in June of 1994,
Ahora, en junio de
did
1994,
you have a friend by the name of Sylvia?
¿usted tenía una amiga con el nombre de Silvia?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, do you know Sylvia's last name?
¿Y en ese entonces usted sabía el apellido de Silvia?
No.
No.
Did you see Sylvia in court here, I guess, on Tuesday afternoon?
¿Usted vio a Silvia en esa sala del tribunal aquí, supongo que el martes por la tarde?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that the same Sylvia that you knew back in June of 1994?
¿Y esa es la misma Silvia que usted conocía en junio de 1994?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Was Sylvia a friend of yours in June of 1994?
Silvia era amiga suya en junio de 1994?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. But I thought Mr. Cox was not allowed to go into this.
I thought the Detroit had indicated. May we approach?
Yes, please, with the reporter. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cochran, you may continue.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Lopez, have you been promised anything at all of a monetary nature for your testimony here?
Ahora, señora López, ¿se le ha prometido a usted alguna clase de compensación financiera a cambio de su testimonio aquí hoy?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Have you received anything from any person for your testimony here and on last Tuesday?
¿En algún momento dado ha recibido usted alguna clase de compensación por su testimonio que ha dado aquí hoy y el jueves?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Have you received, however, some funds in the mail and through Western Union from other people throughout the United States since you testified last Friday?
Overruled.
¿Pero ha recibido usted fondos de otras personas de los Estados Unidos a través de Western Union?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Have you also received some funds and some help from your lawyer, Mr. Jones and Ms. Hamburger?
¿También ha recibido usted fondos de su abogado y de la señora de... I'm sorry, Mr. Cochran, could you repeat that question,
From
please?
Mr. Carl Jones and Ms. Maya Hamburger.
Del señor Carl Jones y de la señorita Maya Hamburger.
Me han comprado mi ropa.
She has purchased my clothes.
Received anything else other than that?
¿Ha recibido alguna otra cosa aparte de eso?
Flores.
Flowers.
And who'd you get the flowers from?
¿Y quién le mandó las flores?
Muchas personas, no recuerdo ahorita.
Many people I don't remember right now.
They were not from your lawyers. Is that right?
No fueron de sus abogados, ¿es eso
No.
correcto? No.
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 Very well, I have nothing further at this point, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Gracias,
Cochran.
señor.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Darden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Lopez.
Buenos días, señora López.
Buenos
Good
días,
morning,
señora.
sir.
You understand that today, just as you were last Friday, you are under oath.
¿Entiende usted que hoy, tal como lo fue el viernes pasado, usted está bajo juramento?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that oath, right?
Y usted entiende ese juramento, ¿correcto?
Overruled.
Sí.
Yes.
And you understood it last Friday when you testified?
¿Y lo entendió el viernes pasado cuando dio testimonio?
Sí.
Yes.
And you understood that oath on Monday when you testified?
¿Y entendió eso también el lunes cuando dio testimonio?
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand the difference between truth and a lie, correct?
Y usted entiende la diferencia entre la verdad y una mentira, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
When you told us last Friday that you hadn't filled out your unemployment forms, that wasn't true, was it?
Cuando usted nos dijo el viernes pasado que no había llenado sus formularios,
Jack, before that question, she said she filled them out at that time. Go ahead and do it from the condo. She's filling them out on the condo.
Your Honor, Mr. Cochran is coaching this witness on the counsel table.
Maybe put your
Overruled. Thank you. Proceed.
may the question be repeated, please?
You told us last Friday you hadn't filled out the unemployment form.
Usted nos dijo el viernes pasado que usted no había llenado su planilla.
That was a lie, correct?
Eso fue una mentira, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
You had filled out your unemployment forms, hadn't you?
Ya había llenado sus formularios de
Yo me
desempleo.
referí a la aplicación que ellos le dan a uno para que la lleve de regreso.
I was referring to the application that one is given for one to take it back.
You never applied for unemployment?
¿Usted nunca solicitó fondos de desempleo?
Sí.
Yes.
You told us last week that you weren't turning in your forms for unemployment because you were leaving the country.
Usted nos dijo la
Correct.
semana pasada que usted no estaba entregando sus formularios de desempleo porque usted iba a salir del país, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But in fact, you had turned in your forms.
Pero de
Correct.
hecho usted había entregado sus formularios, ¿correcto? Todavía no conteste.
Overruled.
Correct?
¿Correcto?
No le entendí.
No, I didn't understand you.
Well,
Yes,
have you filed for unemployment?
Bueno, ¿usted ha solicitado fondos de desempleo?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you filed for unemployment on what, February 15,
Y
correct?
solicitó fondos de desempleo el 14 de febrero, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Filed for unemployment knowing that you were going to leave the country for several months, correct?
Solicitó desempleo a sabiendas de que iba a salir del país por varios meses, ¿correcto?
Si me daban el desempleo, señor, no tenía por qué salir del país.
If I was given unemployment, sir, there was no reason for me to leave the country.
Are you aware that your unemployment insurance hearing was scheduled for yesterday, Ms. Lopez?
¿Está al tanto usted que su audiencia para que le dieran fondos de desempleo estaba fijada para el día de ayer, señora López?
No me recuerdo porque no ando conmigo las formas.
I don't remember because I don't carry the forms with me.
Did you attend the hearing yesterday?
¿Usted fue a la audiencia ayer?
No, señor.
No, sir.
So if I understand you correctly, then if you get unemployment insurance, you won't leave the country. Is that right?
Así es que si yo le entiendo
Overruled.
correctamente, si a usted se le dan fondos de desempleo, usted no va a salir del país. ¿Es esto correcto?
Yo tengo pensado irme inmediatamente, me saquen de aquí, ¿sabe?
I have thought of leaving right away when I'm out of here. You know?
Finish.
Do you have a copy of those items for council?
No, Your Honor, I only have the original.
All right, can I have Mr. Tyler back there, perhaps? And disregard, if you would, for the clarity of the audio recording, either stay at the mic or use one of the wireless microphones, please. The audio is a little on the light side when you move away from the podium, just for the clarity of the record.
Man, wait. Mr. Cochran wearing my microphone?
I believe he is. I believe he
I
is.
know there's his name on it, Charlie, but I'm more than happy to just take it. The microphone off to was given to me back there.
All right. I think this is a loan from Channel 4. Mr. Schuman? Mr. Darden? It's not often the camera people get on camera.
While we wait, Ms. Lopez, when you told us last week that you hadn't filled out your unemployment forms,
Mientras que esperamos, señora López, cuando usted nos dijo la semana pasada que no había llenado sus formularios,
On that question, because that is not clear. It's not a fair question.
Your Honor,
Question was asked, let me just say this, was asked in connection with Ms. Lopondo, and she said about Lopondo, as I understand it, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can either clarify that on redirect, or Mr. Darden can ask some additional questions as to when and where. Proceed.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Cochran making these speaking objections as if to suggest to the witness what the response ought to be in this situation. We all went to law school. We all know how to make legal objections, and I would ask the court to require Mr. Cochran to make legal objections as opposed to speeches.
All right. Thank you. I think it's well taken on both sides. Thank you.
When you told us that you had not filled out the unemployment insurance forms, you wanted us to think that you hadn't applied for unemployment insurance, correct?
cuando usted nos dijo que no había llenado sus formularios para fondos de desempleo, usted quería que nosotros pensáramos.
That question is argumentative.
Sustain.
Did you want us to think that you had not applied for unemployment insurance when you testified last week?
It was we, I objected on that question.
It's argumentative.
That's argumentative?
Yes, it is.
This is cross-examination, Your Honor.
I realize that. It's argumentative, though, the way the question is formed.
It's also
Her
argumentative.
state of mind is irrelevant?
Why don't you rephrase the question? The way it's phrased, it's argumentative. You wanted us to think that. Was your state of mind X that you wanted us to believe?
No, I object, I object.
Asking
You
questions.
said he went to law school, though.
Asking questions. Asking questions with an interpreter is an art, Your Honor.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Proceed.
Thank you. Why did you tell us that you hadn't filled out those forms when in fact you knew that you had filled out unemployment insurance forms?
¿Por qué nos dijo usted que no había llenado esos formularios cuando de hecho usted había llenado esos formularios?
Me referí a la aplicación que le dan a uno para que se lleve a la casa.
I was referring to the application that one is given to take home.
Okay. Did you fill out an application at the unemployment insurance office?
¿Usted llenó una solicitud en la oficina de fondos de desempleo?
Sí,
And did
Yes.
you indicate on that application that you had suddenly become unemployed?
¿Y usted escribió en esa solicitud que de pronto se había quedado sin empleo?
no recuerdo lo que yo le dije que sí.
I don't remember what I said yes.
And did you check a box on that application indicating that you wanted unemployment insurance
¿Y
payments?
usted marcó una casilla en esa solicitud diciendo que usted quería pagos de seguro de desempleo?
Sí,
Yes.
And did you indicate on the application that you had been terminated from the Salingers?
¿Y usted
Home.
indicó en esa solicitud que a usted le habían quitado el empleo en la casa de la familia Salinger?
no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, you filled out those forms and filed them on February 15, correct?
Bueno, usted llenó ese formulario y los entabló el 15 de febrero, ¿correcto?
Ay, no me recuerdo qué día fue.
I don't remember what day it was.
How much were you expecting to receive in unemployment insurance?
¿Cuánto estaba esperando usted recibir de seguro de desempleo?
Yo no sé cuánto me darán.
I don't
Primera
know
vez que
how
voy
much.
allí.
I don't know how much they'll give me whenever I go there.
Last week you told us that after you left the Salingers, you moved in with your daughter.
La semana pasada usted nos dijo que cuando se había ido de la casa de los Salingers, usted se fue a vivir a la casa de su hija.
Sí,
Yes.
And you were living there on Friday, February 17, correct?
Y usted estuvo viviendo ahí el viernes 17 de febrero, ¿correcto?
sí.
Yes.
When you filled out your unemployment insurance application,
Cuando llenó su solicitud de fondos de desempleo,
you did not list your daughter's address on the
usted
application, correct?
no puso la dirección de su hija en la solicitud, ¿correcto?
Sí,
You
Yes.
did not list the Salingers' residence as your own residence, correct?
Not.
On your unemployment insurance form, you did not indicate that you lived at the Salinger home.
En su solicitud de desempleo, usted no puso que estaba viviendo en la casa de la familia Salinger.
Que no vivo con los Salingers.
I don't live with the Salingers.
Okay. Well, you were living with your daughter on February 15, right?
Bueno, estaba viviendo con su hija el 15 de febrero, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Whose address is this on your unemployment insurance application?
¿De quién es el domicilio que aparece en la solicitud de seguro de desempleo?
¿Tendré que decirle, señor juez?
That's not sure the best time.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, what is people's next in order?
Mrs. Robertson, people's next in order. 87. You want this whole
I have to
package
tell Your
marked as
Honor.
87?
Yes, the entire application, Your Honor, may be marked collectively as People's 87.
All right, people's 87.
I'm
Thank
going
you, counsel.
to place a small 87 in the upper right-hand corner of the first page of the document. Ms. Lopez, showing you what has been marked as People's 87.
Señora López, mostrándose lo que se ha marcado Fiscalía 87.
You see line 2, box 6, where it asks for your address?
¿Ve usted el renglón 2, la casilla número 6, en donde dice su domicilio?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Read that address.
Well, no, you're not, that's, she got to read that. She can
All
read
right,
the address
it's
to
not-
herself, you mean?
It's not necessary at this point.
Not it.
Okay. Read the address to yourself.
Lea ese domicilio en silencio.
That's not your daughter's address, is it?
No.
Ese no es el domicilio de su hija, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
That's not the
no.
Salinger's address, is it?
No es el domicilio de la familia Salinger, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
So you were living somewhere else then?
Así es que estaba viviendo en otro lugar entonces.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Whose address is that?
¿De quién es ese domicilio?
Es la dirección de mi hijo, señor.
It is my son's address, sir.
You weren't living with your son, were you?
Usted no estaba viviendo con su hijo,
No.
¿verdad? No.
So when you filled out the form, you put false information on the form?
Así es que cuando usted llenó el formulario,
Son's address, we got to get her mail. That's argumentative.
Overruled.
¿usted puso información falsa en ese formulario?
No es falsa, señor.
It is not false, sir.
That's not your address, is it?
Ese no es su domicilio, ¿verdad?
No, señor.
No, sir.
The form asks you to write, quote, your address.
El
unquote.
formulario le pide que
Correct.
escriba, entre comillas, su domicilio, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But you wrote your son's address instead, correct?
Pero usted en vez escribió el domicilio de su hijo, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
So were you going to leave the country and still get unemployment insurance while you were out of the country?
Así es que usted iba a salir del país mientras que recibía seguro de desempleo durante el tiempo que usted estaba fuera del país.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Are you aware that on that form
Está al tanto que en ese formulario,
and in bold print,
en letras de molde,
that it indicates that it is a violation of the law to make false statements
indica
on that form?
Overruled.
que es una infracción de la ley el dar información falsa?
Yo no lo leí, señor, que está ahí.
I didn't read it, sir. Whatever's there.
You didn't read it?
No.
¿Usted no lo leyó? No.
Well, it has a box that says print your first name, correct?
Bueno, tiene una casilla que dice escriba su primer nombre, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you printed your first name in that same box, correct?
Y usted escribió su primer nombre en esa misma casilla, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And it has a line that indicates where the claimant should sign, correct?
Y tiene un renglón en donde dice que tiene que firmar el aplicante, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And you signed on that line, correct?
Y usted firmó en ese renglón, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
And you are the person claiming unemployment benefits, correct?
Y usted es la persona que está pidiendo prestaciones de desempleo, ¿correcto?
sí,
Yes.
So you did read the form.
Así es que usted,
Overruled.
así es que usted sí leyó el formulario.
poquito.
Ah, a little.
Well, the box has, let's strike that. The document has several questions listed on the face of it, correct?
El documento tiene varias preguntas escritas al frente de este, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
And to the right of each of those questions, there are boxes to be checked yes and no.
Y a la derecha de cada una de esas preguntas hay casillas en donde se debe de marcar sí o no, ¿correcto?
sí,
Yes.
And you checked the appropriate boxes, correct?
Y usted chequeó las casillas apropiadas, ¿correcto?
sí,
Yes.
Okay. So you read the whole form, right?
Así es que usted leyó todo el formulario, ¿correcto?
lo que entiendo.
Well, what I understand.
Is that yes?
¿Ese es un sí?
Yes,
Yes.
You do recall that you're still under oath, right?
Usted rec-
Overruled, but I think we've exhausted that line of questions.
Usted recuerda que todavía está bajo juramento, ¿verdad?
sí,
Yes.
Now, and I'd like to ask the witness about some of the inconsistencies in her testimony last week.
Just no object of the form of that. You can tell us what he wants to.
Okay.
Ask
Go
the
ahead,
question.
go ahead and ask the question. We'll see if there's an objection.
Conclusion on his part.
Last week when you testified,
La semana pasada, cuando usted dio testimonio,
Overruled.
you told us that you'd made reservations to leave the country
usted nos dijo que había hecho reservaciones para salir del país
that morning,
esa mañana,
when in fact you had not, correct?
cuando de hecho no lo había hecho, ¿correcto?
sí,
Yes.
Okay. And that was a lie, correct?
Y eso fue una mentira, ¿correcto?
yo no me acordaba que había hecho reservaciones antes.
I didn't remember that I had made reservations previously.
You told us that you had made reservations last Friday morning, correct?
Usted nos dijo que había hecho reservaciones por la mañana del día viernes, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
But you had not.
Pero
Correct.
no lo había hecho, ¿correcto?
sí,
Yes.
And you knew that.
Y usted,
Correct.
y usted sabía eso, ¿correcto?
sí,
Yes.
And you lied.
Y usted mintió.
no,
No.
Well, what do you call it?
Bueno, ¿cómo le dice usted a eso?
porque no necesita usted hacer reservaciones para ir en estos tiempos.
Because one doesn't need to make reservations to go around this time.
Yo voy con mi dinero, lo compro el ticket y me lo dan para en la noche.
I go with my money, I buy the ticket, and they give it to me for the evening.
And not only did you not make reservations last Friday morning,
No solamente no hizo usted reservaciones el viernes pasado por la mañana,
but you didn't admit
pero usted no admitió
that fact
ese hecho
until I confronted you with proof
hasta que yo le confronté con prueba
that you had not made the reservation.
de,
That you,
Overruled.
de que usted no había hecho la reservación,
correct?
¿correcto?
Yes,
Yes.
Now, You understand why you're still here today, correct?
Ahora, usted entiende por qué es que usted todavía está aquí hoy, ¿correcto?
Correct?
¿Correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
When was the first time that you were interviewed by Mr. Pavlik?
¿Cuándo fue la primera vez que el señor Pavlik la entrevistó?
Ay, no me recuerdo, señor.
Oh, I don't remember, sir.
Well, did you write the date on the calendar?
Bueno, ¿escribió usted la fecha en un calendario?
No, a mí no me interesa escribir fechas.
No, I'm not interested in writing dates.
Well, did something else happen that same day? Something that you can reflect on and which might help you recall the date?
Bueno, ¿alguna otra cosa pasó ese mismo día? ¿Algo en lo cual usted pueda pensar que le haga recordar esa fecha?
No.
No.
How many times were you interviewed by Mr. Pavlik?
¿Cuántas veces la entrevistó el señor Pavlik?
No me acuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was it more than 5 times?
¿Fueron más de 5 veces?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, give us an approximate number.
Bueno, denos un número aproximado.
Tal vez 2 veces o no me recuerdo.
Maybe two times or I don't remember.
Okay. Maybe 2, maybe more?
Tal vez 2, tal vez más.
No, no más.
No, no more.
So it's 2 then.
Así es que son 2 entonces.
Yo creo.
I believe.
Okay. Well, the first time you were interviewed by Mr. Pavlik,
Bueno, la primera vez que a usted le entrevistó el señor Pavlik,
where did that interview take place?
¿en dónde tuvo lugar esa entrevista?
En Mr. Simpson's office.
At Mr. Simpson's office,
At Mr. OJ Simpson's office?
en la oficina del señor OJ Simpson.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that the week after the murders occurred?
Y eso fue la semana después de que ocurrieron los asesinatos.
Yo no recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, did someone drive you to Mr. Simpson's office?
Bueno, ¿alguien la llevó en carro a la oficina del señor Simpson?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Who drove you there?
¿Quién la llevó en carro allá?
La secretaria del señor.
The gentleman's secretary.
Mr. Simpson's secretary?
¿La secretaria del señor Simpson?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
That would be Kathy Randa.
¿Eso sería Kathy Randa?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did she pick you up somewhere first?
¿Ella la recogió a usted en cierto lugar primero?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Where were you when she picked you up?
¿En dónde estaba usted cuando ella pasó por usted?
En la Clifford.
At
En la calle Clifford.
Clifford, on Clifford Street.
Okay. And what is on Clifford Street?
¿Y qué está en la calle Clifford?
Pues está la calle.
The street is there.
Okay. Okay. So you met her on the street? Is that
Así es
correct?
que usted se encontró con ella en la calle, ¿es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You waited at the corner?
¿Usted esperó en la esquina?
No, en la esquina, señor. En mi carro.
Not at the corner, sir. In my car.
So you sat in your car and waited for her to arrive to pick you up?
Así es que usted estuvo sentada en su carro y esperó a que ella llegara por usted.
Ya ella me estaba esperando, señor.
She was already waiting for me, sir.
Okay. Why did you decide to meet her on the street?
¿Por qué decidió usted encontrarse con ella en la calle?
No lo sé.
I don't know.
Well, did you ask her to meet you on the street?
Bueno, ¿usted le pidió a ella que se encontraran en la calle?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, did she ask you to meet her on the street?
Bueno, ¿ella le pidió a usted que se encontraran en la calle?
Es que no me recuerdo, señor.
It's just that I don't remember, sir.
Well, The two of you met on the street so that no one would know you were meeting, correct?
Bueno, las dos ustedes se juntaron en la calle para que nadie supiera que se iban a encontrar, ¿correcto?
No lo sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
Well, were you trying to keep the fact of this meeting a secret?
Bueno, ¿estaban tratando de mantener el hecho de este encuentro en secreto?
Yo no sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
Well, you agreed to meet her on the street, didn't you?
Bueno, usted acordó en encontrarse con ella en la calle, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
Why?
¿Por qué?
Why there?
¿Por qué ahí?
porque así me dijeron ellos y así lo hice yo.
Because that's what I was told, and that's what I did.
Well, who told you to meet her there?
Bueno, ¿quién le dijo que se encontraran ahí? Que le encontrara ahí.
Kathy,
Kathy,
Did Michelle tell you to meet her there?
Michelle le dijo que la encontrara ahí.
no.
No.
Well, you could have met her at the Salingers, correct?
Usted podía
I'm sure she could.
Overruled.
haberse encontrado con ella en la casa de la familia Salinger, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
They could have picked you up in front of the Salingers, correct?
A usted se le podía haber recogido frente de la casa de la familia Salinger, ¿correcto?
sí.
Yes.
Can I have one moment?
Mr. Darden.
Were you asked to park your car in front of a specific address or residence?
¿Se le pidió que estacionara su auto frente de cierto domicilio o casa?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, did Kathy Randa strike that? Had you spoken to Kathy Randa in person prior to that day?
¿Había hablado usted con Kathy Randa en persona antes de ese día?
Por teléfono, señor.
By phone, sir.
Okay. So the two of you had never met.
Así es que
Correct.
ustedes nunca se habían conocido,
No,
¿correcto?
no, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. So you called her first, or did she call you first?
Así es que usted hizo la primera llamada o fue ella quien hizo la primera llamada?
Ella me llamó.
She called me.
Do you recall where specifically it was that you parked your car that day?
¿Recuerda específicamente dónde fue que usted estacionó su carro ese día?
No.
No.
And what time was it that you met Kathy Randa that day?
¿Y a qué hora fue que usted se encontró con Kathy Randa ese día?
No me acuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was it in the morning?
¿Fue por la mañana?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was it in the afternoon?
Overruled.
¿Fue por la tarde?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did you recall if it was after dark?
¿Recuerda si fue después de que oscureciera?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Your Honor, would you kindly instruct Mr. Cochran to not feed this witness the answers to the questions, please?
No, that's ridiculous. I'm sitting over here minding my own business. That's ridiculous.
I didn't notice anything that was leaving.
There's
Mr.
nothing
Carter.
either.
Your Honor?
All right.
I mean, as amusing as I find Mr. Cochran, he is making speaking objections, and the witness is adopting his objections as her answers. And I think that's clear and apparent to everybody watching this. And so, well then, why continue to make speaking
Counsel,
objections,
thank you.
Mr. Cochran?
All right. At this point, that objection's overruled. I did not observe anything or hear anything of that nature at this time. Thank you, Mr. Darden.
Well, I
Proceed.
believe you did instruct Mr. Cochran to limit his objections to legal objections.
I did, as I did the prosecution. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Okay, so you don't know what time or what day it was that you first met Kathy Randa?
Así es que usted no,
Overruled.
así es que usted no recuerda ni a qué hora ni qué día es que usted se encontró con la señorita Randall.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. By the way, was there a reward out
Por cierto, ¿había alguna recompensa
for any
disponible
person who could help Mr. Simpson win this case?
para cualquier persona que le pudiera ayudar al señor Simpson a ganar este caso?
Que yo sepa, no.
Not to my knowledge.
Was someone else in the car with Kathy Randall
¿Había alguna otra persona en el carro con Kathy Randall
when she picked you up?
cuando ella la recogió?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, so you left your car there and you got into her car, correct?
Muy bien, así es que usted dejó su carro ahí y se subió al carro de ella, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And she took you to Mr. Simpson's office, correct?
Y ella la llevó a la oficina del señor Simpson, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
By the way, did anyone go with you?
Muy bien. Por cierto, ¿alguna
To meet
persona
Miss Randall?
fue con usted? ¿Con la señorita Randall?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Who did you meet with
¿Con quién,
once you arrived in Mr. Simpson's office?
¿Con quién se encontró una vez que usted llegó a la oficina del señor Simpson?
Con un señor llamado Bill.
With a gentleman whose name is Bill.
His name is what?
¿Cuyo nombre es qué?
Bill.
Bill.
And is Bill an attorney?
¿Y Bill es un abogado?
Yo no sé si será abogado.
I don't know if he's an attorney.
Okay. Well, is Bill Mr. Pavlik?
Bueno, Bill es el señor Pavlik.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Johnny there at the time?
¿El señor Johnny estaba ahí en ese momento?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Mr. Shapiro there?
¿El señor Shapiro estuvo ahí?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Pat McKenna there?
Pat McKenna
No,
estaba ahí?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Mr. McNally there?
¿El señor McNally estaba ahí?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Mr. Kardashian there?
¿El señor Kardashian estaba ahí?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Mr. Jones there?
¿El señor Jones estaba ahí?
No, señor.
No, sir.
So did you go into an office located inside of Mr. Simpson's offices?
Así es que usted entró a una oficina ubicada dentro de la oficina del señor Simpson?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And who did you speak with at that time?
¿Y con quién habló usted en ese momento?
Con el señor Bill.
With Mr. Bill.
Did you speak with anyone else?
¿Habló con alguna otra persona?
Que yo recuerde, no.
Not that I can remember.
No. When you and Mr. Bill first began speaking,
Cuando usted y el señor Bill empezaron a platicar,
did he have a notepad with him?
¿él tenía una libreta con él?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, did he write down the things that you said?
Bueno, ¿él escribió las cosas que usted dijo?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Well, did you see paper in the office?
Bueno, ¿vio usted papel en la oficina?
Señor, hace mucho tiempo de esto y yo no me recuerdo.
Sir, it's been a long time since this happened, and I don't remember.
Well, what month was this?
¿Y en qué mes fue esto?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Was it in August?
¿Fue en agosto?
Yo no me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Was it during the summer?
¿Fue durante la temporada de verano?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
What year was it?
¿En qué año fue?
El 94 nomás sé.
I just know that it was in 94.
Okay. Was it on July 29th?
¿Fue el 29 de julio?
Tal vez.
Maybe.
Now, a moment ago, you told us you couldn't recall the season, the date, the month, or the time of day.
That's kind of like argumentative also.
Hace un momentito nos dijo que no se acordaba de la temporada, de la fecha, del mes, ni de la hora que era. ¿Correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
But you think that perhaps it was June 29th?
Pero
Si usted
usted
lo
piensa
dice.
que tal vez era el 29 de junio. If you say so.
Well, I'm not saying so. I'm asking you to say so, man.
Bueno, yo no lo estoy diciendo. Yo le estoy pidiendo a usted que nos lo diga, señor.
Es que yo no me acuerdo de la fecha porque yo no ando apuntando la fecha.
It's just that I don't remember that date because I don't go writing a date.
Do you have a hard time remembering dates?
Overruled.
¿A usted le cuesta recordar fechas?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Do you have a hard time remembering times?
¿A usted le cuesta recordar horas?
Si no la tengo apuntada, ¿cómo me voy a acordar?
If I don't have it written down, how can I remember?
Is that the only way you can remember dates and times?
Esa
That
es
is,
la
if it's
única.
written down?
Esa es la única forma como usted puede recordar fechas y horas del día. Eso es, si están apuntadas. Todavía no conteste. Puede contestar.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, isn't that what you just told us a moment ago?
Pero ¿qué no es eso lo que nos acaba de decir hace un momento?
Overruled.
Puede contestar.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
When you spoke to Mr. Pavlik,
Cuando usted habló con el señor Pavlik,
did he ever tape that conversation?
¿en algún momento dado él grabó esa conversación?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did he tape both the conversations that you had with him?
¿Él grabó ambas conversaciones que usted tuvo con él?
La segunda no lo sé.
I don't know about the second one.
Well, during the second interview, was there a tape recorder present?
Bueno, durante la segunda entrevista, ¿había una grabadora ahí?
Él no me dijo.
He didn't tell me.
Did he tell you that he was taping the first one?
Él le dijo que estaba grabando la primera.
Yo vi que puso algo en la mesa, pero no me interesó.
I saw that he put something on the table, but it didn't matter to me.
When you spoke to Mr. Pavlik the first time,
Cuando usted habló con el señor Pavlik la primera vez,
you talked about times and voices.
hablaron con respecto a horas y voces.
Is that right?
¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you were trying to tell him what you believed were the correct times, correct?
Y usted estaba tratando de decirle lo que usted pensaba que eran las horas correctas.
Sí,
¿Correcto?
señor.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pavlik kept trying to push some of your times later. Didn't he?
That's argumentative.
Overruled.
Sympathetic, not evident.
Overruled.
Let me re-ask the question, if I may. Two questions. You gave Mr. Pavlik some times, correct?
Usted le dio ciertas horas al señor Pavlik. Le dijo ciertas horas al señor Pavlik, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you tried to tell him the times you believed were correct.
Y usted trató de decirle las horas que usted pensaba que eran las horas correctas.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's Mr. Pavlik who decided that you saw the Bronco at 10:15 or 10:20, as opposed to a few minutes before or around 10 o'clock, correct?
Sustained. Sustained.
That's argumentative.
No, it's also, it assumes facts not in evidence at this point, and it also calls for speculation that it was Pavlik who decided. We've reviewed the tape.
Well, did Mr. Pavlik tell you or mention to you first that you saw the Bronco at 10:15 or 10:20?
Bueno, el señor Pavlik le dijo a usted, o le mencionó a usted, que usted había visto el Bronco como a las 10:15 o a las 10:20.
Yo solamente dije después de las 10.
All I said was that it was after 10.
And so you don't know how long after 10.
Así es que
correct?
usted no sabe cuánto tiempo después de las 10.
No,
¿correcto?
señor.
No, sir.
You don't know how long after 10?
¿Usted no sabe cuánto tiempo después de las 10?
Yes or no?
¿Sí o no?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Mr. Pavlik is the one that first suggested 10:15 or 10:20,
El
correct?
señor,
Overruled.
el señor Pavlik fue la primera persona en sugerir que fue como a las 10:15 o a las 10:20, ¿correcto?
Si eso es lo que dice él, está bien.
If that's what he's saying, that's fine.
But what you told Mr. Pavlik was that you saw the Bronco sometime after 10 o'clock and you don't know how long after 10,
Por lo
correct?
que usted le dijo al señor Pavlik es que usted había visto el Bronco cierto tiempo después de las 10 y no recuerda cuánto tiempo después de las 10.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you said that at some point Mr. Pavlik put something into the tape recorder?
Usted dice que en algún momento dado el señor Pavlik puso algo dentro de la grabadora.
Yo no he dicho que puso algo.
I haven't said that he put anything.
Okay. Well, did you say that at some point Mr. Pavlik turned on the tape recorder?
Bueno, dijo usted que en cierto momento el señor Pavlik encendió la grabadora.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Well, before he turned on the tape recorder,
Bueno, antes de que él encendiera la grabadora,
you and he had a long conversation first, correct?
usted y él tuvieron una conversación larga primeramente, ¿correcto?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Have you listened to the tape? That is, within the last couple of days?
¿Usted ha escuchado la cinta? Eso es durante el último par de días.
Aquí en la corte.
Here in court,
Mr. Johnny played a cassette tape for you?
el señor Johnny le puso una cinta de cassette a usted.
Sí, señor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he played a tape that included your voice and Mr. Bill's voice, correct?
Le puso una cinta que incluía la voz suya y la voz del señor Bill, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And when you heard that tape,
Cuando escuchó esa cinta,
did you also hear paper shuffling, the sound of paper shuffling in the
usted
background?
también,
Overruled.
usted también escuchó movimiento de papeles en el trasfondo.
No, señor.
No, sir.
During the conversation you had with Mr. Pavlik,
Durante la conversación que usted tuvo con el señor Pavlik,
you would give times and he would give other times, correct?
Our object is to take this best evidence of that.
Overruled.
usted daba horas y él daba otras horas, ¿correcto?
Si usted lo dice, señor.
If you say so, sir.
But I'm asking you, ma'am,
Pero le estoy preguntando a usted, señora.
is that correct?
¿Es eso correcto?
Está correcto.
It is correct.
And you did not agree with all the times that Mr. Pavlik
Y usted no
Said,
estuvo de
correct.
acuerdo con todas las horas que dijo el señor Pavlik, ¿correcto?
Tal vez él no me entendía.
Maybe he didn't understand me.
Señor, pues yo quisiera un poquito de agua.
Your Honor, I would
Yes.
like some water.
Gracias.
Some too.
I would like.
And we have one from the interpreter as well. Right. All right, we're going to take a break in about 6 minutes.
¿Está lista?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
During the conversation you had with Mr. Pavlik,
Durante la conversación que usted tuvo con el señor Pavlik,
he never told you that he did not understand you,
él
correct?
en ningún momento dado le dijo a usted que él no le entendía, ¿correcto?
Él no, pero yo sí.
He didn't, but I did.
You told Mr. Pavlik that he was not understanding you correctly?
¿Usted le dijo al señor Pavlik que él no le estaba entendiendo a usted correctamente?
Cuando íbamos a empezar la conversación,
When we were about to start the conversation,
yo le dije, a ver si nos entendemos, señor,
I told him, let's see if we understand each other, sir,
porque mi inglés es muy malo.
because my English is very poor.
Okay, and did you and he have a conversation?
Y, muy bien, ¿y usted y él tuvieron una conversación?
Cuando estaba grabando.
Okay.
When it was being recorded.
Well, you have no difficulty in saying 8:30, correct?
Bueno, a usted no le causa ninguna dificultad decir las 8:30, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Or 10 o'clock, correct?
O las 10 en punto, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Or 9 o'clock or 9:15, correct?
O las 9 en punto, las 9:15, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Would you say 10 o'clock for us?
¿Nos podría decir las 10 de la noche, las 10 en punto?
After 10, señor.
After 10, sir.
You also told us the other day
Usted también nos dijo el otro día
that before going out,
que antes de salir,
you put some water on to boil.
usted puso agua a hervir.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And were you planning to have a cup of tea?
¿Estaba planeando tomarse una taza de té?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Are you a coffee drinker at all?
¿Usted es tomadora de café en lo absoluto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
When you put water on to boil,
Cuando usted puso agua a hervir,
what you did was you put a cup of water into the microwave, correct?
lo que usted hizo fue poner una taza de agua en el microondas, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you set the microwave for a minute and a half?
¿Y usted le puso 1 minuto y medio al microondas?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And that's how you always do it, correct?
Y es así como siempre lo hace, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And after you started the microwave, you left the house?
Y después de que usted puso el microondas, ¿usted salió de la casa?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, you didn't have your coffee, did you?
Bueno,
Oye.
no sé.
That's, okay. I'm sorry. You
Pero-
didn't have your tea, correct?
Perdón, usted no se tomó su té, ¿verdad?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Did you leave the house while the water was boiling in the microwave?
¿Salió usted de la casa mientras que el agua estaba hirviendo en el microondas?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You never had your tea?
¿En ningún momento dado se tomó su té?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You told us that when you went out around 10 o'clock,
Nos dijo que cuando salió,
Just ever so slightly rephrase the question, please.
well,
bueno,
when you testified the other day,
cuando dio testimonio el otro día,
okay, and when you were asked what you did at 10 o'clock,
y cuando se le preguntó que qué fue lo que hizo a las 10 de la noche,
you
perdón, a las
stuttered
10,
and you said,
Objective, well, that's argumentative, but that's, he's testifying, that's argumentative.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
that's argumentative.
The stuttering part is yes, yes.
What if that's what happened? Does that still make it argumentative?
Argumentative. He's arguing.
No, argumentative is the objection, Mr. Cochran.
If I was arguing,
And you're also arguing with me about arguing.
I was just pointing it out, sorry.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Darden, proceed. Re-ask your question, please.
When you were discussing what you did at, after, or around 10
cuando
o'clock,
usted dijo lo que usted hizo a más o menos o alrededor de las 10,
Didn't you say in Spanish
¿Qué no dijo usted en español?
that you last looked at the clock shortly before 10 o'clock?
Que había visto el reloj por última vez poco antes de las 10.
A las 10 en punto, señor.
At 10 o'clock, sir.
Now, the clock that you looked at 10 o'clock,
Ahora, el reloj que usted vio a las 10 en punto,
is that the clock that was in your bedroom?
¿es ese reloj que está en su dormitorio?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Salinger would sometimes come into your bedroom, correct?
La señora Salinger a veces entraba a su dormitorio, ¿correcto?
Yo no sé si entraba a mi cuarto ella cuando yo no estaba. O
I
cuando
don't
ella-
know if she would come into my bedroom when I wasn't there.
Well, would she come into your bedroom sometimes when you were there?
Bueno, ella entraba a su dormitorio a veces cuando usted estaba ahí.
Que yo recuerde, no.
Not that I can remember.
Are you sure that you had a clock on your nightstand in your
¿Está
bedroom?
segura usted que tenía un reloj en su mesa de noche en su dormitorio?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And this clock that you had, was it a digital clock or did it have hands?
¿Y este reloj que usted tenía era digital o tenía manillas?
Era digital, señor.
It was digital, sir.
Is that the only kind of clock you can tell time from?
¿Esa es la única clase de reloj que usted puede leer?
No, señor.
No, sir.
But when you did leave at 10 o'clock, you left for a very short time, correct?
The state's evidence, Mayor, the states are unanimous.
Oral.
Could you repeat your question, please?
When you left,
Said,
when you get up, hey. When you left at 10 o'clock, you said-
Cuando se fue,
that state is left where?
Oral.
cuando
You can
se
answer the
fue a las 10 de la
Last
noche, a
question
las
before the
10.
break.
you were outside a very short time, correct?
Estuvo afuera por muy corto tiempo, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take our recess. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Lopez, we're going to take a break for the court reporter and the interpreters. You're ordered to come back at 11 o'clock, all right? 15 minutes. All right? Stand in recess, 15 minutes. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are again present. Ms. Rosa Lopez is again on the witness stand. Good morning again, Ms. Lopez. And I remind you that you are still
Good
under
morning,
oath.
sir. Se les recuerda que todavía estaba bajo juramento.
All right, Mr.
Sí,
Darden, you
señor.
may continue your
Yes, sir.
cross-examination.
Ms. Lopez, when you left the Salingers, you packed your clothes up?
Señora López, cuando usted se fue de la casa de los Salingers, ¿usted empacó su ropa?
Ya la tenía empacada, señor.
I already had it packed, sir.
Okay. And so you just grabbed your bags and left, correct?
Así es que usted solo agarró sus bolsas y se fue. ¿Correcto?
No todas las cosas, señor. Tenía muchas cosas sin empacar, señor.
Not everything, sir. I had many things that had not been packed yet, sir.
Well, did you only take your clothes with you when you left?
Solamente se llevó su ropa consigo cuando se fue.
Me llevé todo, señor.
I took everything, sir.
What is everything?
¿Y qué es todo?
Las garras que tengo, señor. Cosas que tengo, señor.
Things
Cositas
that I
que me
have,
regalan.
sir. Junk I have.
Did you take any furniture?
¿Se llevó algo de muebles?
Y no tengo casa para vivir, no tengo furniture, señor.
¿No tiene?
No tengo casa, no puedo tener muebles, señor.
I don't have a house to live in. I don't have furniture, sir.
So you only took your clothes and your photographs,
Solamente se
personal
llevó su
papers?
ropa y sus fotografías, papeles personales.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, you and I spoke here in court last Friday, correct?
Ahora, usted y yo hablamos aquí en esta sala del tribunal el viernes pasado, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, and we're speaking here in court today, right?
Y estamos hablando aquí en esta sala del tribunal aquí hoy, ¿correcto?
Yo creo que sí.
I think so.
Okay,
Muy bien.
okay. You have never given Miss Clark a face-to-face interview, correct?
Usted nunca le ha dado a la señorita Clark una entrevista cara a cara, ¿correcto?
Nunca me la ha pedido ella, señor.
She has never asked me for one, sir.
Okay, and you've never given me a face-to-face interview, correct?
Y nunca me ha dado a mí una entrevista cara a cara, ¿correcto?
Para eso tengo mi abogado, señor.
That's what I have my attorney for, sir.
Very good attorney, Ms. Lopez.
Una buena abogada, señora López.
He
Did
is.
your, Mr. Cochran's a very good attorney, Your Honor. Okay. Okay. Did Mr. Johnny tell you not to talk to me?
¿El señor Johnny le dijo a usted que no hablara conmigo?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, did he tell Mr. Jones to tell you not to talk to me?
Bueno,
That calls for speculation, hearsay.
Sustained. Want to rephrase the question?
Did someone tell you not to talk to me?
¿alguien le dijo a usted que no hablara conmigo?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that I've asked your attorney many, many times permission to speak with you?
¿Está usted al tanto de que yo
Attorney.
le he pedido a su abogada muchas veces hablar con usted?
No le entendí.
I did not understand you.
Well, are you aware that I asked Mr. Jones
¿Está al tanto usted de que yo le pedí al señor Jones
to ask you
que le preguntara a usted
if it was okay if you and I talked?
que si estaría bien que si usted y yo hablábamos?
Yo no sé eso hasta ahorita, señor.
I have no knowledge of that until now, sir.
So nobody ever told you that I wanted to talk with you.
Así es que nadie le
Correcto.
dijo a usted que yo quería hablar con usted, ¿correcto?
No que yo sepa, señor.
Not to my knowledge, sir.
But you have spoken to Mr. Johnny on many occasions, correct?
Pero usted ha hablado con el señor Johnny en muchas ocasiones, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you spoke to Mr. Douglas there also?
¿Y habló con el señor Douglas, que está ahí también?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You spoke to Mr. Pavlik
Muy bien. ¿Y habló con el señor Pavlik?
Sí, señor.
and Mr.
Yes, sir.
McKenna?
¿Y el señor McKenna?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You speak to Mr. Bailey?
¿Habla con el señor Bailey?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You spoke to all the lawyers in the room but Miss Clark and I, is that correct?
Habló con todos los abogados en esta sala, con excepción,
Your last part, you sleep till there.
Overruled.
con la excepción de la señorita Clark y conmigo. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Where did you go during the break we just had a few moments ago?
¿A dónde se fue durante el receso que tuvimos justamente hace unos momentos?
Atrás de la oficina, señor.
Behind the office, sir.
Okay. You went to a room located directly behind this courtroom?
Usted fue a un cuarto ubicado justamente detrás de esta sala del tribunal.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that called the jury room?
A ese se le llama la sala de los jurados.
Yo no sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
Okay. Is there a large table in there?
Hay una mesa grande ahí.
Una mesa redonda, señor.
A round table, sir.
Okay. And are there approximately 12 chairs located in that room?
Y hay aproximadamente 12 sillas ubicadas en esa sala. Todavía no conteste.
Objective.
Well, he's assuming facts that are not, well, you can,
Certain fact.
This is cross-examination.
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
asking a witness a question.
go ahead. There's no dispute that that's the room back there. The jury
Okay.
room.
There's no dispute it's the jury room, Mr. Conklin? Is that stipulation?
I'm not testifying.
Okay. Oh, is that
All right,
stipulation?
proceed. I'm just saying it's a minor point. There, obviously, since we now have, 22 jurors, there are 22 chairs back there.
Okay, all
Other
right.
than that minor point.
Okay, thank you. When you went into that room, did you go into that room with Mr. Johnny here?
Cuando usted entró a ese cuarto con el señor Johnny que está aquí.
Yo entré primero, señor.
I went in there first, sir.
Okay. Did Mr. Johnny go in after you?
Y el señor Johnny entró después de usted.
Sí, con mi abogada, señor.
Yes, with my attorney, sir.
Okay. And who else went into the room with you?
Bien. ¿Y quién más entró al cuarto con usted?
Irma, señor.
Irma, sir.
Irma?
Irma?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Miss Hamburger, did she go into the room?
La señorita Hamburger, ¿ella entró al cuarto?
A ella me refiero a mi abogado, señor.
That's who I am referring to, my attorney, sir.
Okay. Okay. And who else went into the room?
Muy bien. ¿Y quién más entró al cuarto?
El señor Mr. Biller. El señor aquí, los dos abogados que
The
están ahí.
gentleman, Mr. Biller, The gentlemen here, the two attorneys that are here.
Oh, Mr. Douglas and Mr. Bailey?
El señor Douglas y el señor Bailey?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anyone else go into the room?
Muy bien, ¿alguna otra persona entró al cuarto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, and after you went into the room, did they close the door?
Y después de
After you went into the room?
que usted entró al cuarto, ¿y cerraron la puerta?
Yo no sé si la cerraron, señor.
Oh, I don't know if they closed it, sir.
Okay. Well, you had a talk with all of these lawyers back there in the jury room, correct?
Bueno, usted platicó con todos esos abogados allá atrás en la sala de los jurados, ¿correcto?
Con Mr. Cocker, señor.
With Mr. Cocker, sir.
Okay. And did you talk about your testimony?
Bien, ¿habló usted acerca de su testimonio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
What did you talk about?
¿De qué hablaron?
Hablamos que siempre diga la verdad, señor, y es la que estoy diciendo ahorita, señor.
We talked about my always telling the truth, sir. That's what I'm saying now, sir.
Mr. Darden? Mr. Darden, now,
You know, that was out of order. I apologize.
No, you're admonished, Mr. Darden, please. Thank you.
Okay, and who told you to say that?
Whatever that was, he should have already.
It will be.
Okay. And who told you to talk about always telling the truth?
¿Y quién le dijo a usted que hablara solamente diciendo la verdad?
Todo el tiempo me lo han dicho todos ellos, señor.
I have always been told that by all of them, sir.
Okay. And did they tell you that last year when you spoke to them?
Muy bien.
So the fact that evidence is for last year.
Ruled. That's in the record. 1994, when the first interview took place.
He says, when Dave, I'm talking now about us, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay.
Overruled.
All right. Is that what they told you last year?
¿Eso fue lo que le dijeron el año pasado?
Desde la primera vez que lo vi, señor.
From the first time that I saw them, sir.
Was that last year, 1994?
¿Y eso fue el año pasado, 1994?
No me recuerdo si lo vi el año 94 el señor.
I don't remember if I saw the gentleman in the year 94.
Okay, you saw Mr. Johnny in 94?
¿Vio al señor Johnny en el 94?
No me acuerdo si lo vi, señor.
I don't remember if I saw him, sir.
You saw Mr. Douglas in 94?
¿Vio al señor Douglas en el 94?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Saw Mr. Shapiro in 94?
¿Vio al señor Shapiro en el 94?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you hear Mr. Johnny's opening statement on January 23rd?
¿Usted escuchó la declaración de apertura del señor Johnny el 23 de enero?
Yo estaba trabajando, no la oí, señor.
I was working. I didn't hear it, sir.
Okay. Well, had you spoken to Mr. Johnny prior to hearing your name on television?
¿Había hablado usted con el señor Johnny antes de escuchar su nombre, el nombre suyo, por televisión?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you first speak to Mr. Johnny?
¿En dónde habló con el señor Johnny por primera vez?
En la oficina del señor Simpson.
At Mr. Simpson's office.
Was Mr. Johnny there that day when you spoke to Mr. Pavlik?
¿El señor Johnny estuvo ahí ese día cuando usted habló con el señor Pavlik?
¿Qué dijo?
What was that you said?
Okay. Was Mr. Johnny at Mr. Simpson's office the first day that you spoke to Mr. Bill?
El señor Johnny estuvo en la oficina del señor Simpson la primera vez que usted habló con el señor Bill?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, when you spoke to Mr. Johnny the first time,
Muy bien, bueno, cuando usted habló con el señor Johnny por primera vez,
was that in the same office that you'd spoken to Mr. Bill previously?
¿eso fue en la misma oficina con quien usted había hablado con el señor Bill previamente?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Who else was present with yourself and Mr. Johnny?
¿Quién más estuvo presente con usted y con el señor Johnny?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Well, was there another lawyer present?
Bueno, ¿hubo algún otro abogado presente?
Yo hasta ahorita no sabía quién era. Hasta en ese momento yo no sabía si eran abogados o qué eran, señor.
Up
Pero
until now,
habían personas ahí, más personas.
there were other persons there, but I didn't know if they were attorneys or not.
Do you see any of those other persons here in court now?
¿Ve usted alguna de esas otras personas aquí en esta sala del tribunal en este momento?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
You only remember Mr. Johnny.
Solamente recuerda al señor Johnny.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Was Kathy Randa present?
Kathy Randall estaba presente?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was Mr. McKenna present?
¿El señor McKenna estaba presente?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Was Irma present?
Who?
Irma?
¿Irma estaba presente?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Do you have a problem remembering things?
Le cos-
Sustained.
Well, do you have a faulty memory?
Objective.
Overruled.
¿Usted tiene la memoria que le falla, señora?
No, señor, que yo crea.
No, sir, not that I believe so.
Mr. Cochran told you to tell the truth when you testified, correct?
El señor Cochran le dijo a usted que dijera la verdad cuando diera testimonio, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about Sylvia.
Vamos a hablar de Silvia.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
When you spoke to Mr. Pavlik
Cuando
the first
usted,
time,
cuando usted habló con el señor Pavlik la primera vez,
was the entire interview taped?
¿la entrevista fue grabada en su totalidad?
Overruled.
Yo no sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
Well, you listened to your taped interview with Mr. Pavlik just the other day, correct?
Bueno, usted escuchó la grabación de su entrevista con el señor Pavlik justamente el otro día, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did that tape contain everything you and he talked about?
Esa cinta
That
contenía
day?
todo con respecto a lo cual usted y él hablaron ese día.
No, señor.
No, sir.
There were other things that the two of you talked about that is not on the tape, correct?
Habían otras cosas con respecto a las cuales ustedes dos hablaron que no estaban en esa cinta, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And when you talked about those other things,
Y cuando habló con respecto a esas otras cosas,
the tape was on, correct?
la cinta estaba encendida, ¿correcto?
No lo sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
Overruled.
Well, you saw Mr. Bill mess around with the tape recorder.
Just.
Sustain. Rephrase question.
That's not even legal.
Well, just,
Objective on question.
thank you. Sustain. Rephrase question. Mess around is kind of a vague term.
Well, what did you see Mr. Bill do with the tape recorder?
Bueno, ¿qué fue lo que usted vio que hizo el señor Bill
Overruled. There's already been testimony to that.
con la grabadora?
Okay.
¿La primera vez, señor?
The first
¿Se refiere a
time,
la
sir?
primera vez?
Are you
Yes.
talking about the first time?
Yes, the first
Sí.
time.
Sí, la primera vez.
Vi que le puchó un botón, ya.
I saw that he pushed the button,
Okay.
and that's it.
Okay. Well, did you have a talk with him prior
Bueno, usted tuvo una plática con él antes
to the pushing of the button?
de que él oprimiera el botón.
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Is it that you don't remember, or is it that you just don't want to tell us?
Yeah, that's argumentative. She said.
That is.
That's.
Yes. I said, yes, it is.
Tell us the other
I said, yes, it is argumentative.
Tell us the other things that you told Mr. Bill that aren't on the tape.
Díganos las otras cosas que usted le dijo al señor Bill que no están en la cinta.
Ay, pregúnteme la señora porque no me acuerdo, señor.
Oh, ask me, sir, because I don't remember, sir.
Well, if you don't remember, how is it then that you know that there are things that you told him that are not on the tape?
Bueno, si no recuerda, ¿cómo es que usted sabe que hay cosas que usted le dijo que no están en la cinta?
Pregúnteme lo que quiera, señor, pero eso no le puedo contestar yo.
Ask me whatever you want, sir, but I cannot answer that for you.
Does it appear to you that there are things that were said on the tape that are no longer on the tape?
¿Le parece a usted que hay cosas que fueron dichas en la cinta que ya no están en la cinta? Todavía no conteste.
Sustain.
No conteste esa pregunta.
There's an assumption there that something has been taken out of the tape, which is not in there's no foundation for that.
Okay.
By the way the question's phrased.
When you testified the other day,
Cuando usted dio testimonio el otro día,
you made no mention of Sylvia, correct?
usted no mencionó a Silvia, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. You did not mention her name?
Usted no mencionó su nombre.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. And on the tape of your interview with Mr. Bill,
Muy bien. Y en las cintas de su entrevista con el señor Bill,
there was no mention of Sylvia, correct?
no hay mención de Silvia, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you tell Mr. Bill about Sylvia?
¿Usted le dijo algo al señor Bill de Silvia?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And did you tell him about Sylvia during that first conversation that you had with him?
¿Le dijo algo de Silvia durante esta primera conversación que usted tuvo con él?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
When did you tell Mr. Bill about Sylvia?
¿Cuándo es que le dijo usted algo al señor Bill acerca de Silvia?
No me recuerdo el día ni la hora,
I
señor,
don't-
porque es mucho tiempo pasado.
I don't remember that day or that time, sir, because a lot of time has passed.
Well, you only had 2 conversations with Mr. Bill, correct?
Bueno, usted solamente tuvo 2 conversaciones con el señor
Sí, señor.
Bill, ¿correcto? Yes, sir.
Well, was it the first time or the second time?
Bueno, ¿fue la primera vez o la segunda vez?
La segunda vez, señor.
The second time, sir.
And that second interview you had with Mr. Bill was in August.
Y esa segunda
Correct.
entrevista que usted tuvo con el señor Bill tuvo lugar en agosto, ¿correcto?
Si usted dice así, señor, así será.
If you say so, sir, that's what it'll be.
Is that what you said to Mr. Bill?
¿Fue eso lo que usted le dijo al señor Bill?
If you say so, that's the way it'll be?
Que si eso es lo que usted dice, así será.
Es que él me pregunta diferente, señor.
It's just that he asks me differently, sir.
In August, you told Mr. Bill
En
that
agosto,
you had a friend named Sylvia, correct?
usted le dijo al señor Bill que usted tenía una amiga que se llamaba Silvia, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you told Mr. Bill that Sylvia came by your house for coffee?
Y usted le dijo al señor Bill que Silvia pasaba por su casa para tomar café.
Vino a tomarse un café conmigo, señor.
She came to have a cup of coffee with me, sir.
The night of the murder, Sylvia came to your house for a cup of coffee?
La noche de los asesinatos, Silvia llegó a su casa para tomarse un café.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And that was after 9 o'clock, correct?
Y eso fue pasada las 9 de la noche, ¿correcto?
Como a las 8:30, señor, o 8:45, algo así.
At about 8:30, sir, or 8:45, something like that.
Okay. Well, did you tell Mr. Pavlik that
Bueno, le
that
dijo,
you saw Mr. Simpson's car between 8:30 and 9 o'clock?
le dijo usted al señor Pavlik que usted había visto el carro del señor Simpson entre las 8:30 y las 9.
¿A cuál carro se refiere, señor?
What car are you referring to, sir?
Well, did you tell Mr. Pavlik that you saw Mr. Simpson drive off between 8:30 and 9 o'clock?
Bueno, le dijo usted.
We had which conversation?
Overruled.
Repeat your question, please.
In your second interview, did you tell Mr. Pavlik that you saw Ms. Lopez drive off between 8:30? Strike that. Yes,
Yes.
I have. I
Rephrase
have
the
misspoke
question.
myself. In your second interview,
En su segunda entrevista,
did you tell Mr. Bill
le dijo usted al señor Bill
that you saw Mr. Simpson drive off between 8:30 and 9?
que usted había visto que el señor Simpson se había ido en su carro entre las 8:30 y las 9.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you told him that sometime after that, Sylvia came by, correct?
Y usted le dijo que algún tiempo después de eso, Silvia había llegado, ¿correcto?
No me recuerdo si después o antes, señor.
I don't remember if it was before or after, sir.
Well, you remembered when you talked to Mr. Bill, didn't you?
Bueno, lo recordó cuando usted platicó con el señor Bill. ¿Que
Sí,
no es así?
señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you told Mr. Bill 8:30 to 9 was the time that you saw Mr. Simpson drive off,
Muy
correct?
bien, y usted le dijo al señor Bill que usted había visto que el señor Simpson se había ido en su carro entre las 8:30 y las 9.
Sí,
¿Correcto?
señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the reason you said 8:30 to 9 was because you weren't sure of the exact time,
Muy
correct?
bien, y la razón por la cual usted había dicho que entre las 8:30 y las 9 es porque usted no sabía la hora exacta, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were giving him your best estimate, correct?
Le estaba usted calculando lo mejor que podía hacerlo, ¿correcto?
Eso se lo dije yo a él, señor.
That is what I told him, sir.
Okay, and the longer that time goes by, the harder it is for you to remember
Y entre más tiempo pasa, más difícil se le hace a usted
the
recordar
exact time in which things occurred, correct?
la hora exacta a la cual ocurrieron las cosas, ¿correcto?
Si eso es lo que dice usted, señor, está bien.
If that's what you say, sir, that's fine.
That's what I'm asking you.
Es por eso que le estoy preguntando a usted.
Si usted dice, señor,
If
sí.
you say so, sir, yes.
So the longer that, okay, strike that. And you told Mr. Bill that Sylvia came by about 15 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes after Mr. Simpson drove off?
Y usted le dijo al señor Bill que Silvia había llegado como 15 minutos o como 10 o 15 minutos después de que el señor Simpson se había ido en su carro.
Yo le dije que antes que el señor se fuera, señor.
I told him that it was before the gentleman left, sir.
What gentleman?
¿Qué señor?
Mr. Simpson, señor.
Mr. Simpson, sir.
Number 25.
Didn't you tell Mr.
Pavlik that Sylvia came over after Mr. Simpson
¿Qué no
drove
le
away?
dijo usted al señor Pavlik que Silvia había llegado después de que el señor Simpson se había ido en su carro?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
You know that I've talked to Sylvia, don't you?
Usted sabe que yo
It's already been.
Rephrase the question. Are you aware?
Are you aware that I've spoken to Sylvia?
¿Está usted al tanto de que yo he hablado?
Is that like, I object.
I've objected to the form of that question 150
Overruled.
times.
Overruled. Have a seat, Ms. Cochran.
¿Está usted al tanto de que yo he hablado con Silvia?
Yo no sé si usted ha hablado, señor, pero ella me dijo que alguien había hablado con ella.
I don't know if you talked, sir, but she told me that someone had talked to her.
Okay. And you saw her here in court the other day, correct?
¿Y usted la vio aquí, en la sala del tribunal?
Sí, señor.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I have that last question repeated, please?
Yes.
And you saw her here in court the other day, correct?
¿Y usted la vio aquí, en la sala del tribunal, el otro día, correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you say Mr. Johnny told you to tell the truth.
Y usted dice que el
Correct.
señor Johnny le dijo que dijera la verdad, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
The truth is that Sylvia did not come to your house for coffee, correct?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
It was an argumentative sort of question.
Overruled.
La verdad es que Silvia no llegó a la casa a tomarse un café, ¿correcto?
Tomamos un café y comimos tamales, señor.
We had a coffee and we ate tamales, sir.
And how long was Sylvia at the house?
¿Y por cuánto tiempo estuvo Silvia en la casa?
Por muy poquito tiempo.
For a very short time.
How long?
¿Cuánto tiempo?
No lo sé.
I don't know.
How many tamales did you eat?
¿Cuántos tamales se comieron?
Pues como estoy tan delgadita, me comí uno, señor.
Well, since I'm so skinny, I ate one, sir.
Okay. The truth is that Sylvia's never been to the Salingers, correct?
La verdad es que Silvia nunca ha ido a casa de los Salinger, ¿correcto?
Muchas veces ha ido, señor.
She's come over many times,
She's
sir.
never been inside the house, correct?
Nunca ha estado en el interior de la casa, ¿correcto?
¿Cómo no, señor?
Yes, she has, sir.
She has never been inside the kitchen, correct?
Nunca ha estado dentro de la cocina, ¿correcto?
Yo creo que la conoce mejor que yo.
I think she knows it better than I do.
And she has never... Sylvia has met the Salingers, is that correct?
Silvia ha conocido a los señores Salinger,
No,
¿correcto?
señor.
No, sir.
And Sylvia owns a car, does she?
Silvia es dueña de un carro.
No, señor.
No, sir.
And she lives how many blocks away from the Salingers?
¿Y ella vive a cuántas cuadras de distancia de la familia Salinger?
No las he contado, señor.
I haven't counted them, sir.
But you've been to the house where she works, correct?
Pero usted ha ido a la casa donde ella trabaja, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the people that own that house told you not to come back to their home, correct?
Y los dueños,
What's the relevance of that?
I will withdraw it for now, Your Honor.
All right.
Sylvia was at the Salingers having tamales and coffee for 10 minutes.
Silvia
correct?
estuvo en casa de los Salinger tomando café y comiendo tamales por 10 minutos. ¿Es eso correcto?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Well, did you drive her home?
Bueno, ¿usted la llevó a su casa en su carro?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And what time did you drive her home?
¿Y a qué hora la llevó a su casa en carro?
Ahorita no me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember right now, sir.
Well, when you drove her home, did you see the Bronco?
Bueno, cuando usted la llevó en carro a su casa, ¿usted vio el Bronco?
Yo vi un carro blanco parqueado arriba, señor.
I saw a white car parked up the street, sir.
Well, when you drove Sylvia home,
Bueno, cuando se llevó a Silvia en carro,
did you see the white Bronco you described earlier?
¿usted vio el Bronco blanco que describió previamente?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And was that the first time you saw the Bronco that night?
¿Esa fue la primera vez que usted vio el Bronco esa noche?
El Bronco lo vi pasando las 8, señor.
I saw the Bronco sometime past 8, sir.
So when you took Sylvia home,
Así es que cuando usted se llevó a Silvia a casa,
that was the second or third time that you seen the Bronco?
¿esa fue la segunda o la tercera vez que vio el Bronco?
La segunda vez, señor.
The second time, sir.
So you've seen the Bronco even earlier than that.
Había visto el Bronco hasta más antes que eso.
Check the phone.
Todavía no contesto.
Just stands vague, it's vague as to that. Yes, rephrase the question. For that.
Why is there no mention of Sylvia on the taped interview, if you know?
¿Por qué es que no hay mención de Silvia en la entrevista grabada? Si es que sabe.
Porque el señor no me lo preguntó.
Because the gentleman did not ask me.
And I have a two-page statement here. I'd like to mark it next in order. Is that
People's 88.
Counsel.
88?
All right, Mr.
It's a
Darden.
July 29
Wait.
statement from Mr. Pavlik. Copy of the one Mr. Cochran gave me. Ms. Lopez, do you read English?
Señora López, ¿usted lee inglés?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Apenas leo español.
I can barely read Spanish.
I'm going to ask the interpreter to read the fourth line of that document from the top. Okay. To you. The date is indicated as July 29, 1994, correct?
La fecha indicada es el 29 de julio de 1994, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Let me ask,
Yes, sir.
what purposes is this? This is having a statement of Shapiro. What purposes is this? In case you fresh.
Could be a prior inconsistent statement.
Could we do that? Yeah, well,
All right, let me see counsel here. Counsel, Mr. Darden, would you continue, please?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Your Honor. You say that Sylvia came over to the Salingers often, correct?
I'm sorry, counsel.
Sylvia came to the Salingers' home often?
Usted dice que Silvia iba a la casa de la familia Salinger con frecuencia.
De vez en cuando.
Once in a while.
Well, how many times has she been inside the Salingers' home?
¿Cuántas veces había estado dentro de la casa de la familia Salinger?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay, give us an approximation.
Muy bien. Denos un número aproximado de veces.
No le puedo aproximar porque no me recuerdo, señor.
I can't give you an approximation because I don't remember,
Well, is
sir.
it more than 20 times?
Overruled.
Bueno, pero más de 20 veces?
No, señor, no 20 veces, señor.
No, sir, not 20 times, sir.
Okay, was it less than 20 times?
¿Fueron menos de 20 veces?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, was it less than 15 times?
¿Fueron menos de 15 veces?
Tal vez, señor.
Maybe, sir.
Less than 5 times?
¿Menos de 5 veces?
No menos de 5 veces, señor.
Not fewer than 5 times, sir.
Approximately 5 times?
¿Aproximadamente 5 veces?
Si usted lo dice, señor.
If you say so, sir.
You tell me, Ms. Lopez.
Usted dígamelo a mí, señora López.
Yo ya le dije que yo no me acuerdo, señor.
I already told you that I don't remember, sir.
Approximately 5 times?
Aproximadamente 5 veces?
Overruled.
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Is 5 times a fair approximation?
5 veces sería una aproximación justa?
Es que no me acuerdo, señor.
It's just that I don't remember, sir.
Earlier, you said that she'd been over many times.
Anteriormente usted
You recall
dijo
that?
que ella había llegado allá muchas veces. ¿Recuerda
Sí,
eso?
señor.
Yes, sir.
You said that she knew the kitchen better than you did, perhaps.
Usted dijo que ella conocía la cocina, tal vez hasta mejor que usted.
Sí, señor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But she'd only been to the house approximately 5 times, correct?
Bien, pero ella solamente...
Sustained. Sustained. Sustained.
Okay. But she'd been to the house no more than 5 times, correct?
Overruled. It's in the context of the second question. Overruled.
That she'd been to the house no more than 5 times, correct?
Pero ella había ido
Overruled.
a la casa no más de 5 veces, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And did she come to the house at the same time each time that she came?
Y ella llegó a la casa a la misma hora todas las veces que fue.
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you've known her how long?
¿Y la ha conocido usted a ella por cuánto tiempo?
No recuerdo, señor, como más de 2 años, señor.
I don't remember.
She came to the
Over
house
2 years, sir.
okay, over 2 years. And she came to the house, what, every week? Well,
¿Llegaba a la casa qué? ¿Cada semana?
No, señor, pero nos hablábamos todos los días, señor.
No, sir. But we would talk every day, sir.
you would talk every day
¿Hablaban todos los días?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
on the telephone?
¿Por teléfono?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Go back to the interviews that you have with the attorneys
Vamos a regresar
seated here.
a las entrevistas que usted tuvo con los abogados que están sentados aquí.
You also had several conversations with the investigators, correct?
Usted también tuvo varias conversaciones con los investigadores, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You had several conversations with Mr. Bill?
Tuvo varias conversaciones con el señor Bill.
No con Bill anymore, señor.
Not with Bill anymore, sir.
You had several conversations with Patty McKenna?
Tuvo varias conversaciones con Patty McKenna.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, when you left court Friday afternoon, you
De-
left with Mr. McKenna, correct?
De hecho, cuando usted se fue del tribunal el viernes por la tarde, usted se fue con el señor McKenna, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you and he went someplace together, correct?
Y usted y él fueron a un lugar juntos, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you and he stayed together all weekend, correct?
Y usted y él se quedaron juntos todo el fin de semana, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked about the case over the weekend, correct?
Y hablaron con respecto al caso durante el fin de semana, ¿correcto?
Solo me dice que diga la verdad, señor.
He just tells me to tell the truth, sir.
Objection. Motion to strike.
Overruled.
Okay. Non-responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay. Mr. McKenna didn't discuss the facts of the case with you last weekend?
El señor McKenna no habló tocante a los hechos del caso con usted la semana pasada?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did anyone discuss the facts of the case with you last weekend?
¿Alguna persona habló con respecto a los hechos del caso con usted el último
No.
fin de semana?
No, señor, ni quiero saberlo.
No, sir. Nor do I want to know it.
Did anyone discuss with you your testimony
¿Alguna persona
last weekend?
habló con usted acerca de su testimonio de la durante el fin de semana pasado?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you meet with the lawyers at all last weekend?
¿Usted se juntó con los abogados en absoluto durante el último fin de semana?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And so when you went to Mr. Cochran's office at 2 o'clock Saturday afternoon,
Así que cuando usted fue a la oficina del señor Cochran el sábado por la tarde,
and when you came back to your hotel around 9 o'clock,
como a las 2 de la tarde cuando regresó a su hotel, como a las 9 de la noche,
Sí, señor.
yes, sir.
you spoke to Mr. Johnny over the weekend, didn't you?
Usted habló con el señor Johnny durante el fin de semana.
Sí,
¿No es
señor.
eso así? Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked about your testimony, correct?
Habló con respecto a su testimonio, ¿correcto?
Solo me dice que diga la verdad, señor.
He just tells me to tell the truth, sir.
Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. Johnny over the
Habló
weekend?
con respecto a su testimonio con el señor Johnny durante el fin de semana.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, so you didn't talk about anything having to do with what you were going to say on the witness stand.
Así es que usted no habló con respecto a nada de lo que iba a decir desde el banquillo de los testigos.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, you spent 7 hours with Mr. Johnny Saturday?
Y pasó 7 horas con el señor Johnny el sábado.
No las paso solo con él, señor.
I don't spend them just with him, sir.
Okay, you spent time with other lawyers?
Muy bien. Pasó tiempo con otros abogados.
Viendo televisión, señor.
Watching television, sir.
And you spent time with investigators?
Y pasó tiempo con investigadores.
Ellos estaban muy ocupados, yo no sé, en sus oficinas, señor.
They were very busy. I don't know, in their offices, sir.
And did you watch your testimony, the testimony you gave Friday on television
¿Y
while you were
usted
at
vio?
Mr. Johnny's office?
Su testimonio, el testimonio que usted dio la semana pasada por televisión.
No, señor, no me gusta mirarme en la televisión.
No, sir, I don't like to watch television.
Okay. So you didn't discuss your testimony with Mr. Johnny at all on
Así que usted
Saturday.
no
Is that
habló
correct?
con respecto a su testimonio en lo absoluto con el señor Johnny el sábado pasado.
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
A moment ago you said you didn't.
Hace un momento dijo que no.
Now you say you don't remember.
Ahora dice que no recuerda.
Which
De
is?
mi testimonio, señor.
My testimony, sir.
All right, why don't you rephrase the question?
Did you talk with Mr. Johnny
¿Usted habló con el señor Johnny
about your testimony here in court?
con respecto a su testimonio aquí en el tribunal?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't talk to him about that last Saturday.
No habló con él con respecto a esto el sábado pasado.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, so you were in his office for 7 hours, though, correct?
Muy bien, pero usted estuvo en su oficina por 7 horas, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And the following Sunday,
Y el domingo que siguió,
did you discuss your testimony with any lawyer?
¿usted habló acerca de su testimonio con algún abogado?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, did you see any of these lawyers here in court today, last
Muy
Sunday?
bien. ¿Vio usted alguno de los abogados que están aquí en esta sala?
No
El día de hoy, el domingo pasado? I
No
don't
recuerdo.
remember. I don't remember.
Well, today is Thursday, correct?
Bueno, hoy es jueves, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And Sunday was what, 5 days ago?
¿Y el domingo fue qué? ¿Hace 5 días?
Yo creo, señor.
I think so, sir.
Okay, and you don't remember whether or not you saw any of these lawyers last Sunday?
¿Y usted no se acuerda si usted vio o no vio alguno de esos abogados el domingo pasado?
Es que me fui de compra, señor.
It's just that I went shopping, sir.
You don't remember if you saw any of these lawyers
¿No
here in
recuerda
court last Sunday?
si usted vio alguno de los abogados que están aquí en la sala del tribunal el domingo pasado?
No recuerdo si me llevaron o no me llevaron, señor.
I don't remember if they took me or if they didn't take me, sir.
Last Sunday,
¿Recuerda usted si usted vio a estos abogados
yes or no?
el domingo pasado, sí o no?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, isn't it true that at least one of these attorneys visited you at your hotel
Bueno, que no es cierto que por lo
last
menos
Sunday?
uno de esos abogados la visitó a usted en su hotel el domingo pasado?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Now, when I ask you a question, you look over at the lawyers on the other side of the
I
table,
can see you then.
correct?
Okay, I can turn my chair this way, señor. I don't see Mr. Cook. Get it. I can see only you.
Now,
I can see you, Mr. Boss? Okay, I turn this way. I'm looking my better looking you.
Actually, Ms. Lopez, since we are tape recording, I'd prefer
Okay.
if you looked at Mr. Darden.
Taking my picture beautiful, okay?
Thank you.
Everybody looking me new today.
you can look at the camera. You don't want to
Okay.
look at me. That's
Okay,
fine.
fine.
Now, let me ask you again. Were you
Dij-
visited at your hotel
Déjeme preguntarle una vez más.
by one of these lawyers on Sunday?
¿La visitó a usted alguno de estos abogados el domingo pasado en su hotel?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Were we visited by Mr. Douglas here with the red tie there?
¿La visitó el señor Douglas, el que está allá
Last
con la
Sunday.
corbata roja el domingo
No,
pasado?
señor.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you say you were taken shopping?
¿Usted dice que a usted la llevaron de compras?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you went shopping, did you spend your own money?
Y cuando usted fue de compras, ¿usted gastó su propio dinero?
Dinero que me han regalado, señor.
Money that has been given to me as a gift, sir.
When you went shopping on Sunday,
Cuando usted se fue de compras el domingo,
did someone buy you clothes?
¿alguien le compró ropa a usted?
La esposa de mi abogado, señor.
My wife's, excuse me, scratch that.
The wife of
My attorney's wife, sir.
And do you see your attorney's wife here in court now?
¿Y ve usted a la esposa de su abogado aquí en esta sala del tribunal?
No, señor.
Was that
No,
Mr.
sir.
Was that Mr. Jones's wife that bought you clothes?
¿Fue la esposa del señor Jones que le compró ropa?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Was it Miss Hamburger's wife that bought you clothes?
I think council mistakes himself out.
No, I
She
think
says
it's
there was-
deliberately asked that way.
I got it.
Oh.
I'll check. That's.
How about the spouse of the Ms. Hamburg?
Okay.
Just to clarify.
Okay. Okay. Who was the husband of the wife that bought you clothes on Sunday?
¿Quién es el esposo de la esposa que le compró ropa a usted el domingo?
Mr. Carl Jones, señor.
Mr. Carl Jones, sir.
Okay. Mr. Carl Jones's wife bought you clothes.
La esposa del señor Carl Jones le compró ropa a usted.
Sí, señor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he buy you the shoes you're wearing today?
¿Y le compró los zapatos que tiene puestos hoy?
Me compró 2 pares, señor.
He bought me 2 pairs, sir.
2 pairs of shoes.
2 pares de zapatos.
And did he buy you the lavender dress you wore in court on Monday?
Y le compró el vestido color lavanda que usó para venir al tribunal el lunes pasado.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And did he buy you the lovely dress you're wearing here today?
Y le compró el vestido tan bonito que tiene puesto aquí en el tribunal el día de hoy.
Gracias, señor, pero me lo compró la señora Hamburg.
Thank you, sir. But this was bought for me by Miss Hamburger.
Okay. And the blazer you're wearing, who bought that for you?
Y el saco que tiene puesto, ¿quién se lo compró?
La señora me lo compró ayer.
The lady bought it for me yesterday.
Okay. What lady?
¿Qué señora?
Mrs. Hamburg.
Mrs. Hamburger.
Okay. Now, when you left the Salingers
Ahora, cuando usted se fue de la casa de los
on
Sanders
February 10,
el 10 de febrero,
they gave you some money, correct?
ellos le dieron dinero, algo de dinero a usted, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor. Tenían que pagarme.
Yes, sir. They had to pay me.
Okay. They gave you more than $1,000?
¿Le dieron más de $1,000?
No, señor.
No, sir.
How much money did they give you?
¿Cuánto dinero le dieron?
Ahí le tendré que decir, señor.
Do I have to tell you, sir?
Yes.
Sí.
Que yo recuerdo, señor, me dieron 2 chequecitos, señor.
That I can remember, sir. They gave me 2 small checks, sir.
Okay. Was one of those small checks for $700?
Uno de esos chequecitos era de $700.
No, señor.
No, sir.
What was the check for?
Era
¿Por cuánto era el cheque?
318, señor.
318, sir.
Y
What was-
centavos.
In some sense.
Okay. And what was the other check for?
Muy bien, ¿y de cuánto era el otro cheque?
318, señor.
318, sir.
Okay. So they gave you $638?
Something that.
Así es que le dieron
36.
637, something like that.
Now, and when you left the Salingers, you went to your daughter's house, right?
Y cuando se fue de la casa de los Salinger, usted se fue a casa de su hija, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, the attorney that you got originally, Mr. Jones, right?
Ahora, el abogado que usted contrató originalmente, el señor Jones, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
He was recommended to you by Mr. Johnny.
¿El señor Johnny se lo recomendó a usted?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to pay Mr. Jones, correct?
Y usted no tiene que pagarle al señor Jones, ¿correcto?
Hemos hecho arreglos que luego pagar poquito a poquito cuando empiece a trabajar, señor.
We have made arrangements that I'm going to pay him little by little when I start working, sir.
Well, last Friday when you testified, you said that you were going to pay him when the case was over, correct?
Bueno, el viernes pasado,
That's to be teaching. I object to the form of that question. If I contest my case, it's proper form of question. not-
Overruled.
Last Friday, you told us
El
that you
viernes-
were to pay Mr. Jones after the case was over,
el
correct?
viernes pasado, usted nos dijo que le iba a pagar al señor Jones una vez terminar el caso, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And that's the arrangement you have with him, correct?
Y ese es el arreglo que usted tiene con él, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you don't have to pay him in small portions, as you just indicated a moment ago, correct?
Así es que usted no tiene,
Object to the form of that's not consistent.
Overruled.
así es que usted no tiene que hacerle pequeños pagos como nos acaba de indicar, ¿correcto?
¿Cómo no, señor?
Yes, I do, sir.
Well, how much are you going to pay him? We'll strike that. How much does Mr. Jones charge per hour?
I object to that. I object to the form. I think the approach, I think, is similar to we want to touch that.
Your Honor,
I haven't heard an objection. Overruled.
how much does Mr. Jones charge per hour?
¿Y cuánto cobra el señor Jones por hora? Todavía no contesto.
Your Honor, we went through this last week. Mr. Jones was here, and I conferred with him prior to even discussing the fee arrangement, and he had no objection. There was a waiver, clearly a waiver in the record already.
All right, well, wait. All right, we're going to take our recess as far as Ms. Lopez is concerned at this time. We do need to inquire, however, into attorney-client privilege before we break for the afternoon. Ms. Lopez, I'm going to excuse you at this time. We're not completed with our questions, but we're going to take a break for lunch.
Todavía
gracias,
no
señor.
terminamos con nuestra interrogatorio.
All right, I'm going to order you to return at 1:30, and Ms. Hamburger, would you escort your client? Actually, why don't you wait for just a minute, because we'll need to chat with you, but Ms. Lopez, you're excused. You're ordered to come back at 1:30.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Hamburger, do you want to approach, please? All right, Ms. Hamburger, do you want to address the court on the issue of whether or not there's an attorney-client privilege here?
I do, Your Honor. I, of course, took over on short notice from Mr. Jones, and I have not conferred with him on this
Issue?
ostensible waiver, and therefore I beg attorney-client privilege until I can ascertain otherwise, if there is an otherwise.
All right, why don't you then take the noon hour to contact Mr. Jones and confer with him. However, we did visit this issue during the course of the hearing, whether or not to conduct a 1335. Mr. Jones was present here in the courtroom. There were similar questions asked without objection. So that's the history of the case.
I recall there was not a question of the amount of the fee, though.
There was not a question as to the hourly rate, but there was a question regarding the fee arrangement.
The fee raised, but not the amount.
Correct.
That's the thing that I thought that he should certainly have a right to.
Your Honor, I said nothing about the fee arrangement. That is between
All right, why don't you
Mr.
confer then with
Jones, but
Mr. Jones,
Thank you.
see if the privilege is going to be asserted, and we'll come back at 1:30.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to first point out the portion from the transcript where this was already brought out. There has been a waiver of this proper completed.
Well, that's an argument that we'll see after Ms. Hamburger comes back. She may agree that it's an issue that they don't wish to contest. Who knows? But I'll hear the argument at 1:30. All right, we'll stand in recess, 1:30. Thank you, counsel. Mr. Darden, are you prepared to proceed without Ms. Clark? All right. Let's have it quiet in the courtroom, please. All right, Ms. Hamburger, did you have the opportunity to discuss the matters with your co-counsel, Mr. Jones?
Yes, Your Honor, did exactly as you said. Mr. Jones has no recollection of a waiver of a particular hourly charge. However, he has no objections about any arrangement that he may or may not have made with Ms. Lopez.
All right. Thank you, counsel. And if you can remain in the courtroom in case there's any other issue that comes up or any other objection you wish to make on behalf of Ms. Lopez. All right. Thank you, counsel. All right. Good afternoon again, Ms. Lopez. Thank you for coming back. Records reflect that
Buenas tardes, señor.
all parties are
Afternoon,
present.
sir.
Ms. Lopez, you're reminded you are still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lopez.
Buenas tardes,
tardes,
señora
señor.
López. Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Lopez, how much does your attorney charge you per hour?
Señora López, ¿cuánto le cobra su abogado por hora?
No hemos hablado
We haven't spoken.
por cuánto me va a cobrar. Yo lo más le he dicho a él que cuando termine el caso yo le voy a hablar con él para pagarle poco a poco.
About how much he's going to charge me. I have told him that when the case is over, we're going to talk so that I can pay him little by little.
Okay, so at this point, then, there is no agreement as to an hourly rate, correct?
Así es que hasta este momento no hay ningún convenio con respecto a lo que le va a cobrar por hora, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And has he charged you a flat fee?
¿Y él le ha cobrado una cifra en total?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. But you don't have to worry about paying him completely until after the case is over, correct?
Pero usted no tiene que preocuparse por pagarle todo en su totalidad hasta que el caso termine, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, the two of you are going to talk about what you owe him, if anything, after the case is over, correct?
De hecho, ustedes van a hablar con respecto a lo que usted le debe, si es que le debe algo cuando termine el caso, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at this point, then, you basically have a free lawyer, correct?
Así es que hasta este momento, básicamente, tiene un abogado de gratis, ¿correcto?
No lo creo, señor.
I don't think so, sir.
Well, have you given him any money?
Bueno, ¿le ha dado usted a él algo de
Sí
dinero?
or no?
No.
¿Sí o no?
Okay. Did you
Yes.
sign any written
No.
agreement?
Usted... excuse me, could we go back
Yes.
2 questions?
2 questions. But you haven't paid him any money yet.
Pero usted todavía no le ha pagado
Is that
ningún dinero
correct?
en lo absoluto. ¿Es eso correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You haven't given him any money?
¿No le ha dado nada de dinero?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Have you signed any papers?
¿Ha firmado algún papel?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you're planning to leave the country tomorrow, correct?
¿Y usted planea irse del país mañana?
Sí,
¿Correcto?
señor.
Yes, sir.
And you don't know when you're coming back, correct?
¿Y usted no sabe cuándo va a regresar, correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you don't know if you're ever going to come back, do you?
Y no sabe si en algún momento dado ni siquiera va a regresar, ¿correcto?
Yo puedo regresar cuando yo quiera, señor.
I can come back whenever I want to, sir.
But do you plan to come back?
¿Pero usted planea regresar?
No por corto tiempo, señor.
Not for a short time, sir.
What's a short time?
¿Cuál es un corto tiempo?
Ah, tal vez hasta en enero, diciembre, quién sabe.
Maybe
¿Desee
not-
venir, señor? Estoy free.
Maybe not until January, December. Whenever I wish to come back, sir, I'm free.
Okay. This morning when I asked you some questions, you could not recall certain incidents and certain times, correct?
Esta mañana, cuando yo le hice ciertas preguntas, no podía recordar usted ciertos incidentes y ciertas horas, ¿correcto?
Es verdad.
That's true.
Okay. Well, you had trouble recalling times and events on June 13 as well, correct?
Bueno, usted también tuvo dificultad recordando horas y eventos del 13 de junio, ¿correcto?
No lo creo, señor.
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay. Well, you told us about the voices and footsteps and prowlers and barking dogs that you heard, correct?
Bueno, nos dijo,
Sustain.
Well, you told us about the voices you heard, correct?
bueno, usted nos dijo de las voces que había escuchado, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't really remember what time of the evening it was that you heard those voices, correct?
Pero usted,
Because there were voices heard at different times and different voices.
Sustain. Why don't you rephrase the question? Because it's vague as to what we're talking about.
You don't remember the exact time that you heard any of those voices,
pero usted
correct?
no recuerda la hora exacta cuando escuchó ninguna de esas voces, ¿correcto?
Depende de qué voces me está refiriendo, señor.
It depends on which voices you're referring to, sir.
Okay. Well, you were interviewed by a reporter from KABC
Bueno.
on June 13, correct?
A usted le entrevistó una reportera de KABC el 13 de junio, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And he asked you what time it was that you heard voices, correct?
Y él le preguntó que qué horas eran cuando usted escuchó las voces, ¿correcto?
Yo no he hablado con ninguna reportera, señor, de voces ni de nada.
I haven't spoken to any reporter, female connotation, sir, regarding voices or anything.
Did a reporter ask you on June 13, 1994,
Un reportero o una reportera le preguntó a
whether or
usted
not you heard voices?
el 13 de junio de 1994 que si usted había o no había escuchado voces.
Me preguntaban tantas cosas.
So
Yo
many
me recuerdo.
things were being asked of me. I don't remember.
You don't remember telling a KABC reporter that you heard voices, but that you did not know what time it was when you heard those voices?
¿No recuerda usted haberle dicho a un reportero o una reportera de KABC que usted había escuchado voces el 13 de junio, pero que no recordaba? ¿A qué hora es que había escuchado esas voces?
Yo nunca le he dicho a nadie de los reporteros que he oído voces, señor.
I have never told anyone of the reporters that I have heard voices, sir.
Did you tell a reporter that you heard the voices of little boys
¿Le dijo usted a algún reportero o alguna reportera que había
coming
escuchado
from Mr. Simpson's home the night of June
voces
12?
de un niño que surgían de la casa del señor Simpson la noche del 13 de junio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you ever tell a reporter that you heard the sounds of voices coming from Mr. Simpson's home the night of June 12?
¿En algún momento le dijo usted a algún reportero o reportera que había escuchado voces que surgían de la casa del señor Simpson la noche del 12 de junio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly. Have you shown that to counsel?
I was about to do that. Can we cue up a video for Mr.
All
Cochran
right,
and I
we
to
have
take a
this
look
only
at?
on the monitors on the defense counsel and the court. No. All right.
Video apparently aired on January
All right, do you
3rd.
object to the witness seeing it?
Yes. Have the witness step out because there's also audio.
All right, Ms. Hamburger, would you escort your client into the jury room, please, for a few moments while we view the videotape? All right.
What's the date of this video?
I don't know yet. We'll find out in a second. That's why we're going to view it out of the presence of the witness. All right, Ms. Lopez, we need to look at a videotape. I'm going to ask you to step back with your attorney into the jury room. And we'll bring you out in about 5 or 10 minutes. All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, records reflect the witness has withdrawn with her counsel from the courtroom. Mr. Darden, is this tape in English or have any Spanish in it?
It is in English, although there are one or two words spoken in Spanish.
All right, then I'll ask our Spanish interpreters to remain in case there's anything we need interpreted for the record. All right, proceed.
A lot of police, a lot of the FBI coming knocked my door. I said, this Mr. Tito's school guy, you know, I don't know what you may say. I told him very late, very late. I don't know what time.
That's Mr. Simpson's voice?
No, I don't know, porque I never out. My bed from there, I don't know, I can hear only voice, I don't know what they talk or nothing, because I can hear nothing very well. Pero I know he's very nice guy. He's very nice. I speak to many.
There are discrepancies.
All right. Let's see that one more time.
Your Honor, I think you said,
I said I'd like to see that one more time.
Is there any way that we can see this monitor so that
There should be a monitor right there. Do we have that on the, we can put that on the large screen, Ms. Fitzpatrick. Can we start the audio from the beginning too?
sure?
All right. Thank you.
Interviewing the housekeeper next door. What did you see and hear today?
Oh, yeah, a lot of police, a lot of the FBI coming knock my door. I said, this Mr. Tito's school guy, you know, I don't know what you may say. I told him very late, very late. I don't know what time.
That's Mr. Simpson's voice?
No, I don't know, porque I never out. My bed from there, I don't know, I can hear only voice, I don't know what they talk or nothing, because I can hear nothing very well. Pero I know he's very nice guy. He's very nice. I speak to many.
There are discrepancies.
All right, Mr. Darden. I take it you want to confront Ms. Lopez with what aspect, what statement there?
That she told the reporter she heard voices. She just told us she never told the reporter she heard voices.
I thought you also said something about little boys. I heard you say voice, not voice.
Well, I asked her about voices and boys, just to make sure there was no ambiguity.
Right, that was asked both ways.
I thought you said boys or something.
Yes, he did. But then the next question was, did you ever tell a reporter you heard voices? All right. Next time I hear something out of the audience, we're going to clear the audience. Thank you.
Miss, may I put this in for you?
Certainly.
Sure. May I
Certainly.
indicate the court? The interpreter quite correctly, has indicated to me that the question she asked was, did she ever say she heard the voices of little boys, is what she remembers. And so this would not be impeaching because she said she heard voices and nothing about boys. I think that's what she indicated to me.
Counsel, let me read you the record.
Okay.
It's the question, did you tell a reporter that you heard the voices of little boys coming from Mr. Simpson's home the night of June the 12th? Answer, no, sir. Question, did you ever tell a reporter that you heard the sound of voices coming from Mr. Simpson's home the night of June 12th? Answer, no, sir. So it was asked both ways, which was my recollection. All right, anything else? All right, Mr. Robertson, would you get Ms. Lopez for us again, please?
The only other thing I'd like to point out is
Yes, sir.
It seems to me that if that is impeaching, it is impeaching on a collateral matter, because what this does is actually reinforce what she said in court here under oath, that she heard voices that night, late in the night. The other part was she says that I heard voices late in the night. So, and I'll submit it to Your Honor, but I think that's the court will call for testimony. That's also the testimony.
All right, it is an inconsistent statement, though, about events of June the 12th.
well,
All right, Ms. Lopez, would you take the witness stand again, please? All right, Mr. Darden, you may resume.
Ms. Lopez, I'd like to show you a videotape, some news footage, and I'd like the video cassette marked people's
video
People's 89, Your Honor.
de un noticiero. Quisiera que se marcara
People's
que esté en
89
la
video
señorita.
cassette.
Can you take a look at the monitor, please?
Quiero que mire al monitor, por favor.
Door. What did you see and hear today?
Oh, yeah, a lot of police, a lot of the FBI coming knock my door. I said, this Mr. Simpson school guy, you know, I don't want you to say. I saw him, but very late. I don't know what time.
That's Mr. Simpson's voice, Ruby?
No, I don't know, porque I don't get out. My bedroom over there, I don't know, I can hear only voice, I don't know what they talk or nothing, because I can hear nothing very well. Pero I know he's very nice guy. He's very nice. I speak to many.
There are discrepancies.
News footage.
Now, before you left the witness stand, you told us that you never told a reporter that you heard voices.
Ahora, antes de
Correct.
que usted saliera, usted nos dijo que nunca le había dicho ni a ningún reportero ni a ninguna reportera que había escuchado voces, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
But now you see yourself there on television, right?
Y ahora se ve a sí misma ahí en televisión, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes,
And
sir.
you did tell a reporter that you heard voices, didn't you?
Sí le dijo a un reportero o una reportera que había escuchado voces, ¿correcto?
Noises. No voces, señor.
Noises, not voices, sir.
So you're saying that you said noise.
Así es que
On the
usted
tape.
nos está diciendo que dijo ruido en cinta.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
That you didn't say voice.
Y no dijo voz.
No.
No.
The reporter asked you what you saw and heard
El,
that
repor-
day, correct?
el reportero o la reportera le preguntó a usted que qué es lo que había visto o escuchado ese día.
¿Qué había
¿Correcto?
escuchado?
What had I heard?
He also asked you what you saw, didn't he?
También se le preguntó lo que había visto. ¿Correcto?
No creo que me haya preguntado qué vi.
I don't think I was asked what I saw.
Can we play it again one more time, Young? People's 89.
No, that's fine.
That's People's 89.
Thank
And do you have a copy of this, Mr.
you. I've
Cochran?
never given a copy of this, first time I've ever seen.
All right.
Maybe we put you in the guardrail also. Regard that.
All right. Mr. Darden?
With the reporter, please.
Señora López,
I'm going to ask you to look at your monitor again and pay careful attention.
le voy a
Okay.
pedir que
If
vea
you
su
will, please.
monitor una vez más y que
I'm going to
ponga
replay the videotape we just played for you a moment ago.
mucha atención. Le vamos a volver a poner el video que le mostramos hace un momentito.
Interviewing the housekeeper next door. What did you see and hear today?
Oh, yeah, a lot of police, a lot of the FBI coming knock my door. I said, this Mr. Simpson school guy, you know what you may say. I saw him, but very late, very late. I don't know what time.
That's Mr. Simpson's voice?
No, I don't know, porque I don't get out. My bedroom over there, I don't know, I can hear only voice, I don't know what they talk or nothing, because I can hear nothing very well. Pero I know he's very nice guy. He's very nice. I speak to many.
There are discrepancies.
Sounds like John Norris. Mr. Darden.
Thank you, Your Honor. The reporter asked you what you saw and heard that day, didn't he?
El reportero le preguntó que qué había visto, qué había escuchado ese día, ¿no es así?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you never told him that you heard barking dogs, did you?
Y usted nunca le dijo,
That's another fair question. When she asked that,
Overruled.
y usted nunca le dijo a él que había escuchado a perros ladrando.
No, porque no era la policía, señor, para darle toda mi declaración a otra gente particular.
No, because
They're not the
they were
police.
not the police, sir. I didn't have to give my declaration to any lay person.
Okay. And you didn't tell that reporter that you heard footsteps, did you?
Y usted no le dijo a ese reportero que había escuchado pasos.
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you didn't tell that reporter that you heard a prowler, did you?
Y usted no le dijo a ese reportero que había escuchado a un mañoso.
Nunca he dicho que es un mañoso,
I
señor.
never said that he was a prowler, sir.
Okay. And you didn't tell the reporter that you saw the Bronco parked on Rockingham, did you?
She was never asked that question. How could that, I don't understand, that's another fair question.
Overruled.
And you never told that reporter that you had seen the Bronco the night before.
Y nunca
did you?
le dijo usted a ese reportero que había visto el Bronco la noche anterior.
No, señor.
No, sir.
All you told the reporter was that you'd heard voices and that you did not know at what time it was that you heard those voices.
Todo lo que le dijo al
Sustained. Just wait. Sustained. That assumes facts, not evidence. There's no discussion of time on the tape.
Well, when you told the reporter that you heard voices, didn't you tell him that you didn't know what time it was that you heard the voices?
Bueno, cuando usted le dijo al reportero que había escuchado voces, ¿no es cierto que usted le dijo al reportero que no sabía qué hora se había escuchado esas voces?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
All you knew was that you heard the voices very, very late,
Todo,
correct?
All you knew, she knew a lot more.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
All you knew about the timing of the voices was that you heard them very, very late, correct?
todo lo que sabía usted con respecto a la hora de esas voces es que las escuchó muy, muy tarde, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You don't know what time you heard the voices that night, do you?
Usted no sabe a qué hora se escuchó las voces esa noche, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the time you heard the voices?
¿Sabe,
Exactly which voices? It's vague. Now.
Overruled.
What are we talking about?
The ones
Sabe-
that are on the tape.
¿Sabe a qué hora se escuchó esas voces?
Depende de cuáles me está preguntando, señor.
It depends on which ones you're asking me about, sir.
Do you know the times that you heard some of the voices you heard that night?
¿Sabe la hora a la cual escuchó algunas de las voces de las que escuchó esa noche?
Después de las 11:30 para las 12.
After 11:30 to 12.
Other than those voices, you don't know when you heard any other voice that you heard that night, correct?
Aparte de esas voces, usted no sabe a qué hora se escuchó alguna otra voz que haya escuchado esa noche, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, you told us during your testimony earlier that you only met Mr. Simpson one time, correct?
Ahora, usted nos dijo durante su testimonio esta mañana que solamente se había encontrado con el señor Simpson una vez. ¿Es eso así?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
But that wasn't true, was it?
Pero eso no es cierto. ¿Es eso así?
Es verdad, señor.
It is true, sir.
Well, isn't it true that you've spoken to Mr. Simpson? We'll strike that. Isn't it true that you had spoken to Mr. Simpson
Bueno,
on
que
at
no,
least 3 or 4 different occasions?
bueno, que no es cierto.
So, John Jack, that's a different question. She said, Matt, Mr. Simpson, I was talking about speaking. That's a different question.
Overruled.
Isn't it true
No es, que no es cierto
that you had spoken to Mr. Simpson on 3 or 4 different occasions?
Que usted había hablado con el señor Simpson en 3 o 4 distintas ocasiones.
No, señor, una vez.
No, sir. One
Didn't you-
time.
Didn't you tell the reporter that you spoke to on this
¿Qué no
videotape
le dijo al reportero con quien usted habló en
that you had
esta
spoken to Mr.
cinta de
Simpson
video?
many, many times?
Que usted había hablado con el señor Simpson muchas veces.
Que lo he visto muchas veces, sí, pero he hablado con él, no.
That I have seen him many times, yes, but not that I have talked to him.
The voices you heard around 11:30 or 12, were those the last voices you heard that night?
Las voces que escuchó entre las 11:30 y las 12, ¿fueron esas las últimas voces que usted escuchó esa noche?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Well, when you testified the other day,
Bueno, cuando dio testimonio el otro día,
this is at page 16524, you testified that you heard voices around 12:30.
usted dio testimonio de que había escuchado voces como a las 12:30.
Object to that, John, that's not.
Todavía no conteste.
Excuse me, counsel.
Object to that, on that last question, 30 versus 12:30, she was how long was this last? That's objection to the question.
Overruled.
Puede
When you
contestar.
testified the other day, you said you heard the voices at 12:30.
Usted escuchó el otro
Correct.
día que había escuchado voces a las 12:30, ¿correcto?
Hasta las 12:30, señor, dije yo.
Up until 12:30, sir. That's what I said.
Okay. Now, did you get that cue from Mr. Cochran's objection here?
Ahora, ¿le dio esa seña o
That's argument.
Overruled.
ahora le dio a usted esa seña el señor Cochran aquí a través de lo que acaba de decir?
No me ha dado ninguna seña.
He hasn't given me any cue.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Cochran wave his hands like this back
En
and
algún
forth
momento vio
across his chest today?
Usted, que el señor Cochran moviera las manos así frente a su pecho el día de hoy?
No, señor.
No, sir.
I know we have videotape, but do you want to describe the gesture you just made for the record?
Yeah. You never saw Mr. Cochran make a motion like this?
¿Nunca vio que el
With his
señor
hands.
Cochran hiciera una moción así con sus manos?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Sort of a gesture similar to an umpire indicating safe several times.
Did you ever see Mr. Cochran make a gesture like this during your testimony?
¿En algún momento vio usted que el señor Cochran hiciera un gesto así durante su testimonio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Indicating a third base coach saying slide. That's about the closest I can get.
When the reporter asked you what you saw and heard,
Cuando el reportero le preguntó que qué es lo que usted había visto,
you did not tell
leído.
him that you heard Mr. Simpson speaking to the limousine driver, did you?
Usted en ningún momento le dijo al reportero que usted había oído que el señor Simpson estaba hablando con el conductor de la limusina.
Señor, yo ya le dije que él no era la policía para darle mi información.
Sir, I already told you that he was not the police for me to give him my information.
I showed you a document earlier this morning.
Te mostré un documento anteriormente, esta mañana.
Okay, it's a 2-page document from William Pavlik to Robert Shapiro.
Es un documento de 2 páginas
And it's dated
de
July
William
29.
Pavlik a Robert Shapiro.
I believe that
fechado
document
29
has
de
been marked
julio.
already, Your Honor. Has it been?
88.
I'm going to ask the interpreter to read to you the first 4 paragraphs of the narrative after Dear Mr. Shapiro.
Le voy a pedir al intérprete que le lea
And then I want to ask you some
los 4
questions about those
párrafos
paragraphs.
después de... I'm sorry, what was your last
I
statement?
want to ask her some questions about
Y después le voy a hacer ciertas preguntas acerca de lo
the
que...
information
Can you
contained.
take it paragraph by
Información
paragraph?
I intend to.
All right, well, how about if we have her read the first paragraph so we don't have a retention problem going back?
Why don't you read the first paragraph?
All right, Madam Interpreter?
Acabo de regresar de una entrevista con Rosa López, quien vive y trabaja como empleada doméstica en el 348 al norte de la Rockingham.
Before I ask you about that,
Ella es la vecina del señor OJ Simpson y su número de teléfono es...
No lo diga,
Phone number.
no lo diga.
Is the phone number changed now? That's in the first paragraph?
pardon?
The phone number that's in the first paragraph, has it been changed or is that
Yes.
still something? Okay, go ahead and read the
Yes,
phone
it
number.
is.
Y el número de teléfono es 310-472-0900.
Es correcto.
That is correct.
Mr. Dard.
You indicated a moment ago that you did not tell the reporter everything because he was not a police officer, correct?
Y usted indicó hace un momentito que usted no le dijo todo al reportero porque él no era de la policía, ¿correcto?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Had he been a police officer, you would have told him everything, correct?
Si él hubiera sido oficial de la policía, usted se lo hubiera dicho todo, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
You were at the Salingers on June 28th, correct?
Usted estuvo en la casa de la familia Salinger el 28 de junio, ¿correcto?
Me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Sorry, did you say yes?
¿Usted dijo sí?
Si es entre semana que tengo que trabajar, sí.
If it is a weekday when I'm supposed to work, yes.
Well, let me show you a photograph of a man
Bueno, déjeme mostrarle una fotografía de un hombre
and ask you if you recognize this man.
y le voy a preguntar que si reconoce la
I have a
fotografía.
photograph on an 8.5 by 10-inch page here, Your Honor. May it be marked People's 90.
People's 90, now being displayed on the Elmo.
See the man pictured in that photograph?
¿Y esa?
Vea al hombre que está fotografiado en esa fotografía.
He's someone you've
Yes,
spoken to
sir.
before, isn't he?
Él es alguien con quien usted ha hablado antes, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, didn't you speak to a police detective on June 28, 1994?
Bueno, ¿qué no habló usted con un detective de la policía el
Sí,
28
señor.
de junio de 1994? Yes, sir.
Okay, you spoke to Detective Otis Marlowe, correct?
Usted habló con el detective Otis Marlowe, ¿correcto?
Yo no sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
You spoke to the man in the photograph, didn't you?
Usted
No.
habló con el hombre que está en la fotografía, ¿que no?
No lo recuerdo a él.
No, I don't remember him.
Okay, Your Honor, for the record, that is Detective Otis Marlowe. He is retired from the LAPD, and he is now an investigator with the Public Defender's Office. You never spoke to that man.
Usted nunca habló con ese hombre.
Yo no me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, what is the name of the detective that you spoke to other than Mark Furman?
Bueno, ¿cuál es el nombre?
No, she indicated she did if it was a work day on June 28th.
What was the name of the other detective that you spoke to?
¿Cómo se llamaba el otro detective con quien usted habló?
Mark Freeman.
Okay.
Mark Foreman.
Okay, and there was a second one that you spoke to on June 28th, correct?
Muy bien, y hubo otro con quien usted habló el 28 de junio, ¿correcto?
No, señor, solamente uno llegó a mi casa.
No, sir. Only one of them came to my house.
Didn't you speak to a detective on June 28th
¿Qué no habló usted con un detective el 28 de junio?
while the detectives were searching Mr. Simpson's house?
Mientras que los detectives cateaban la casa del señor Simpson.
¿Cuándo dijo? 28 qué?
When did you say the 28th of what?
June 28th, Tuesday.
June 28th.
Nadie vino
June
más.
28th, what?
Tuesday, June
El
28th.
28 de junio, un martes.
Nomás vino nomás una vez un detective, señor, y no volví a ver otro.
A detective came only once, sir, and I never saw another one.
Isn't it true that the detective pictured in that photograph asked you if you'd heard or seen anything unusual the night of June 12?
No, señor.
¿Qué no- ¿Por qué me dice una cosa que no es correcta?
I need one moment to find the document, Your Honor. That the witness answered the question before the interpreter interpreted the question.
I think the videotape will reflect that.
Can I have one moment?
Certainly.
I have it. May I, Your Honor?
Please.
Okay. You told us that Detective Furman went to the backyard at the Salingers' home, correct?
Usted nos dijo que el detective Furman había ido al patio de atrás de la casa de la familia Salinger, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall a detective going to the backyard several days later?
¿Y recuerda que el detective fue al patio de atrás varios días después?
Volvieron a ir con la señora y entonces la señora Salinger
They
los
went again.
dejó ir.
With the lady, and then the lady, Mrs. Salinger, let them go.
Okay. And that was on June 28, correct?
Y eso fue el 28 de junio, ¿correcto?
Yo no sé qué día sería porque yo no abrí la puerta, señor.
I don't know what date it was because I did not open the door, sir.
Well, didn't Mrs. Salinger introduce the detective to you?
Bueno, ¿qué no le presentó el detective a usted, la señora Salinger?
No, señor. ¿Por
No,
qué?
sir. Why?
Why? Because you told the Salingers you were home the night of June 12, correct?
¿Por qué? Porque usted les dijo a los señores Salinger que usted había estado en casa la noche del 12 de junio, ¿correcto?
A mí no me ha dicho nada la señora.
The lady hasn't told me anything.
Well, didn't Detective Marlowe ask you
Bueno, ¿qué no le preguntó a usted, detective Marlowe,
if you recalled anything unusual,
que si recordaba algo fuera de lo común?
heard
No.
any noise,
Que se había escuchado algún
saw any
ruido,
person
que se había visto alguna persona,
at or around the area
más o menos por esa área,
No.
o en esa área?
No, señor.
No, sir.
So you never spoke to this man before, correct?
Así es que usted nunca habló con este hombre antes, ¿correcto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
So if this detective were to testify that you did,
Así
he
es que
would
si
be
este-
lying, correct?
Así es que si este detective diera testimonio,
Overruled.
así es que si este detective diera testimonio de que usted lo hizo, él estaría mintiendo, ¿correcto?
Que yo recuerde, yo no hablé con él, señor.
I don't remember having spoken to him, sir.
Well, are you saying that you did not speak to him, or are you saying that you may have spoken to him but you don't remember?
¿Nos está diciendo que usted no habló con él o nos está diciendo que posiblemente haya hablado con él y que no recuerda?
Yo no hablé con ese señor.
I did not talk to that gentleman.
Well, do you recognize him as the detective that spoke with Mrs. Salinger?
Bueno, ¿lo reconoce usted como el detective que habló con la señora Salinger?
No, señor. No me recuerdo.
No, sir, I don't remember.
Well, when you say, no, sir, I don't remember, is it that you don't remember, or is it that he is not the detective you spoke to?
Bueno, cuando usted dice, no, señor, yo no recuerdo, ¿es que no recuerda o es que no es el detective con quien usted habló?
Yo con él no hablé, señor.
I did not talk to him, sir.
Well, the Salingers were not at home on June 12, correct?
Bueno, los señores Salinger no estaban en la casa el 12 de junio, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
Okay. In fact, the Salingers were out of the country
De
until,
hecho-
what, June 18?
Los señores Salinger estuvieron fuera del país hasta ¿cuándo? ¿El 18 de junio?
Yo creo que el 17 regresaron.
About, I think they came back on the 17th.
Okay. Now, they were in Britain, correct?
Ellos estaban en la Gran Bretaña, ¿correcto?
Yo no sé para dónde se fueron. Yo creo que para Gran Bretaña.
I don't know where they left to. I think it was Britain.
Okay. Well, you telephoned them in Britain, didn't you?
Bueno, usted les llamó por teléfono a la Gran Bretaña, ¿que no?
Yo llamo cuando me caiga un problema en la casa, pero esa vez no le llamé, esa semana no le llamé.
I call them whenever there's a problem at home, but that time I didn't call them that week.
Okay. You didn't call the Salingers
¿No llamó a los señores Salinger
between June 12 and June 16?
entre el 12 de junio y el 16 de junio?
Yo no me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Well, were you the only one staying in the house during that time period?
Bueno, ¿era usted la única persona quedándose en esa casa durante ese periodo de tiempo?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if someone telephoned the Salingers from the Salingers' home
Así es que si alguien le llamó a
during
los
that time
señores
period,
Salinger desde la casa de los señores Salinger
that
durante
person
ese
would have
periodo
had
de
to be
tiempo,
you.
esa persona hubiera sido...
Phone question, because it's, someone just like, you have to live there to make each phone. That question is.
Yeah, why don't you rephrase the question?
You know, the speaking objections.
Yes, that's true.
Your Honor.
Foundation,
Objection founded.
thank you.
Is there an extra microphone for Mr. Cochran, Your Honor?
I'm reluctant to put a microphone on the council table.
Well, if objections are being made and there are interruptions in the testimony, the jury ought to hear it. And given Mr. Cochran's propensity for making speaking objections, which have a tendency of then being
I'll
repeated
note
by the
that.
witness.
Thank you. I'll note that. Proceed.
Did anyone else stay in the Salinger home during June 12 through June 16?
¿Alguna otra persona se quedó en la casa de la familia Salinger entre el 12 de junio y el 16 de junio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you allow anyone entry into the Salinger home between June 12 and June 16?
¿Le permitió usted a alguna persona que entrara entre el periodo del 12 de junio y el 16 de junio?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay, and you had a telephone in your room, correct?
¿Y usted tenía un teléfono en su dormitorio, correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You had your own telephone number, correct?
Usted tenía su propio número de teléfono, ¿correcto?
No mío, de la señora.
Not mine, the ladies.
Okay, well, your phone number was 47209.
That same phone number now, you're on a perhaps shouldn't. It's still the same.
I don't believe so.
Was that phone number 4720900?
Ese número de teléfono era el 472-0900.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to reflect carefully, if you will, please.
Y le voy a pedir que piense con cuidado. ¿Es que lo puede hacer? Por favor.
Do you recall calling the Salingers?
¿Recuerda usted haber llamado a
En
los
England.
señores Salinger?
No le digo que no me acuerdo, señor.
I've told you that I don't remember, sir.
Okay. And so is it your testimony that you did not call the Salingers?
Así es que es su testimonio que usted no llamó a los señores Salinger?
Yo no me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Well, had you telephoned the Salingers
Bueno,
during that time period?
les había llamado telefónicamente a los señores Salinger durante ese periodo de tiempo.
No recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Well, you would only call them in Europe if there was something important to tell them, correct?
Bueno, usted solamente les llamaba a Europa si había algo importante que tuviese que decirles, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if you called them in England,
Así es que si les
During
llamó a
that time
Inglaterra
period.
durante ese periodo de tiempo,
you would have told them that you saw the Bronco and heard the noises
Les
next
hubiera
door,
dicho.
correct?
Sustain. Speculation.
Okay. Well, do you consider the fact that you heard these noises and saw the Bronco important?
bueno, ¿usted considera el hecho de que escuchó estos ruidos y que vio el bronco importante?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you failed to tell that information or give that information to the Salingers,
Así es que si usted falló en decirles o darles información a los señores Salinger,
that would mean that you did not tell them something you considered important, correct?
eso significaría,
Sorry.
Sustain.
It's argumentative.
Sustain. Sustain. I said sustain.
Well, she just said she considered the information important, Your Honor.
I know. She did.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
But the way the question stated, it's argumentative.
Okay. Well, did you ever tell the Salingers that you saw the Bronco
bueno, en algún momento dado les dijo usted a los señores Salinger
parked
que
on
había
Rockingham?
visto el bronco estacionado sobre la Rockingham?
¿Por teléfono o por qué?
Over the phone or how?
Well, how about over the phone first?
Bueno, ¿qué tal primeramente por teléfono?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And you didn't tell them that you saw the Bronco during the month of July or August or September of 1994 either, did you?
Y no les dijo tampoco que había visto el bronco durante los meses de julio, agosto o septiembre. Tampoco.
¿Por teléfono, señor?
Over the phone, sir?
Over the phone or in person?
¿Por teléfono o en persona?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't tell the Salingers that you saw that Bronco at all, at any time during 1994, did you?
Usted no les dijo a los señores Salinger que había visto ese Bronco en lo absoluto durante el año del 94, ¿correcto?
No me acuerdo si se lo dije o no, señora, a la señora.
I don't remember if I told a lady or not, sir.
Isn't it true that the first time you mentioned the Bronco to the Salingers was after you heard your name mentioned on television?
¿Que no es cierto que la primera vez que usted le mencionó el Bronco a los Salinger fue después de que había escuchado su nombre en televisión?
Ya les había dicho yo que había oído pasos y ruidos al otro lado también a ellos.
I had already told them that I had heard voices and steps on the other side also.
When did you tell them that?
¿Cuándo les dijo eso usted a ellos?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. It was sometime in 1995, wasn't it?
Fue en algún momento en 1995, ¿no es así?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Are you trying to avoid giving me a direct response, Ms. Lopez?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sustain.
When you testified the other day, you remembered what happened at 9:45 on June 12, correct?
Cuando usted dio testimonio, el otro día usted recordó lo que había pasado a las 9:45 el 12 de junio, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
And you
Yes,
remember
sir.
what happened at 11 p.m., didn't you?
Usted recordó lo que había pasado a las 11 de la noche,
Sí,
¿no es
señor.
así? Yes, sir.
But today you've told us that you cannot remember events or times on more than 40 occasions.
Pero
Correct.
hoy nos ha dicho,
Object to the form of that condition is argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Where's evidence?
Correct.
Yeah, that's part object.
Correct.
could you repeat the
Overruled.
question, please?
But you've told us today that you could not remember or recall certain events or times or locations more than 40 times today.
Pero hoy nos ha dicho que no recuerda eventos, ni horas, ni ubicaciones en más de 40 ocasiones. ¿Correcto?
Señor, yo no podía darle testimonio a Mrs. Salinger
Sir, I could not give testimony to Mrs. Salinger
porque es un caso muy peligroso.
because it is a dangerous case.
So you didn't tell the Salingers anything about seeing the Bronco or hearing voices,
Así
correct?
que no le dijo a los señores Salinger nada con respecto a escuchar voces, haber visto el Bronco, ¿correcto?
Yo le dije que sí, que le había dicho que había oído voces.
I told him yes, that I had heard voices.
But you told them after you heard your name on television,
Pero
correct?
les dijo después de que usted escuchó su nombre por televisión, ¿correcto?
No, señor, les dije un poco antes.
No, sir. I told them a little before that.
Okay. And you heard your name on television the last week of January 1995, correct?
Y usted escuchó su nombre por televisión la última semana de enero de 1995, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you didn't tell them at all about that
Así es que no le
during the
dijo
year
nada en lo
1994,
absoluto.
correct?
Respecto a eso durante el año de 1994, ¿correcto?
Correct?
¿Correcto?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
You just told us that it was after or right before you heard your name on television, right?
Bueno, nos acaba de decir que fue justamente después, poco antes de que usted escuchara su nombre por televisión, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
No, sir, I told him before that.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
I'll withdraw the question. Did anyone live in the Salinger home other than yourself and Mr. and Mrs. Salinger?
¿Alguna otra persona vivía en la casa de la familia Salinger, aparte de usted y el señor y la señora Salinger?
No, solamente yo.
No, just me.
Okay, and you would see the Salingers almost every day, correct?
Muy bien. Y usted veía a los señores Salinger casi todos los días, ¿correcto?
Overruled.
Puede contestar.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You saw them in the morning?
¿Los veía en la
Claro
mañana?
que sí, tengo que servir el desayuno, señor.
Of course I did. I have to serve them their breakfast, sir.
Okay. You saw them in the evening?
¿Los veía
Sí,
en la
señor.
noche?
¿Le sirvo el lunch, señor?
Yes, sir. I served them lunch, sir.
And there were occasions when you and the Salingers discussed the charges pending against Mr. Simpson, correct?
Y hubieron ocasiones cuando usted y los señores Salinger hablaron con respecto a los cargos pendientes contra el señor Simpson, ¿correcto?
Que yo me acuerde, no.
Not that I can remember, sir.
Was there any discussion in the Salinger home about the OJ Simpson murder case?
Nunca hubo una plática en la casa de los señores Salinger acerca de los asesinatos relacionados con el señor Simpson.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Can you give me the first names of your 3 closest friends?
¿Me podría dar los primeros nombres de sus 3 amistades más cercanas?
All right.
Todavía no.
All right, Mr. Schuman, do we still have power on the camera? All right, counsel, given the nature of our proceeding, the court elects to proceed in light of the whiz-bang system power shortage. And we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way. All right, proceed. Do you have any other exhibits that are electronically generated? All right.
Okay.
Thank you, counsel.
Ms. Lopez, please give me the first names of your 3 closest friends.
Por favor, deme el primer nombre de sus 3 amistades más cercanas.
Victoria González.
Victoria.
Yes, you just need to give us.
O Victoria.
Victoria.
Alma.
Alma.
En Coralia.
And Coralia.
You told us the other day that you were expecting a policeman to come to the house and ask you some questions, correct?
Usted nos dijo el otro día que esperaba que un oficial de la policía llegara a su casa a hacerle algunas preguntas, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And were you concerned after so much time went by and no police officer came?
¿Y se preocupó usted después de que cierto tiempo pasó y no llegó un oficial de la policía?
No, ¿y por qué?
No. Why should I?
Well, you knew the information you had was important, correct?
Bueno, usted sabía que la información que usted tenía era importante, ¿correcto? Todavía no conteste.
Overruled.
Puede contestar.
No lo sé.
I don't know.
Well, a moment ago, you testified that you thought that the information you had was important, didn't you?
Bueno, hace un momento usted nos dijo que usted pensaba que la información que usted tenía era importante. ¿No es así?
No importante, peligrosa tal vez.
Not important. Dangerous, maybe.
Well, you just testified a few moments ago that you thought the information you had was important.
Bueno, acaba de dar testimonio hace un
Isn't that
momento
true?
que usted pensaba que la información que usted tenía era importante. ¿Eso es cierto?
Si usted lo dice.
If you say so.
I'm asking you, Ms. Lopez, did you consider the information important?
Yo le estoy preguntando a usted, señora López, que si considera usted la información importante.
Para mí no.
Not to me.
Okay. So when you told us a few minutes ago that the information you knew and had was important,
Así que cuando usted nos dijo hace un momento que la información que usted sabía que tenía
you weren't being honest with
importante,
us?
No, that's not.
Sustained.
Well, why did you tell us it was important
¿por qué nos dijo que era importante?
if in fact you did not believe it to be important?
Si de hecho usted no creía que era importante.
Porque nunca llegaron a preguntarme, nunca les importó antes.
Because no one ever came to ask me about it. No one ever worried about it before.
Well, after the murders,
Bueno, después de los asesinatos,
lots and lots of people came by the Simpson home, correct?
muchas personas llegaron a la casa del señor Simpson, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Hundreds and thousands of cars began driving up and down Rockingham and Ashford.
Cientos y miles de carros empezaron a conducir por las calles Rockingham y Ashford.
Es verdad.
That's true.
Lots and lots of reporters camped out at the Rockingham.
Muchos
Intersection.
reporteros llegaron a la intersección de la Rockingham.
Sí, es verdad.
Yes, that's true.
And the police were called in to handle the traffic, correct?
Y se le llamó a la policía para que se hicieran cargo del tránsito, ¿correcto?
Es verdad.
That's true.
Okay, and there were policemen surrounding Mr. Simpson's home
Y
during that
habían-
first week after the murders, correct?
Policías rodeando la casa del señor Simpson durante la primera semana después de esos asesinatos, ¿correcto?
Es verdad.
That's true.
And those policemen were in uniform?
Y esos policías estaban uniformados.
Unos y otros no.
Some of them and others weren't.
Okay, and those policemen all had badges, correct?
Y todos esos policías tenían carnets, ¿no?
Yo creo.
I think so.
But you never stopped one and told him or her about the information that you had, did you?
Pero usted nunca paró a ninguno de ellos y le dijo a él o a ella la información que usted tenía.
¿Por qué?
Why?
Because you thought it was important.
Porque pensaba que era importante.
Si ellos no vienen a mí, yo no voy a ir a buscarlos.
If no one comes to me, I'm not going to go looking for somebody.
You say that you never go looking for anybody? Is that what you said?
Usted dice que,
No mistakes on this objection.
Just stay.
Okay, well, what did you say?
bueno, ¿qué fue lo que dijo?
Ask an answer.
No conteste.
Oh,
Bueno, ¿qué fue lo que dijo?
Que yo no lo pude buscar a la policía para informarles.
That I am not going to go looking for the police to inform them.
You only had to go right outside your own front door, correct?
Solamente tenía que ir justamente afuera de la puerta de enfrente de la casa donde usted estaba, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But you did go looking for Michelle, didn't you?
Pero usted sí fue a buscar a Michelle. ¿Es eso así?
No la fui a buscar a Michelle yo, señor.
I didn't go look for Michelle, sir.
Can I have the
Not gonna see my phone.
is that an objection at this point?
Objection.
We
I
SDT.
don't have a copy.
Okay, we SDT the phone bills from GTE, and
All right, let me see counsel at sidebar.
they told us they were faxing them to the court.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Darden, please proceed.
Ms. Lopez, let me show you a copy of a phone bill, an actual phone bill.
Señora López, déjeme mostrarle una copia de una cuenta telefónica para el número 310-472-0900.
Bill date is
La fecha del cobro es 28 de junio de 94.
maybe marked People's
Se puede marcar
91.
Fiscalía 91.
I'm indicating 91 in the upper right-hand corner, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez, showing you the bill marks 91. Please take that.
Señora López, mostrándole la cuenta que está marcada, Fiscalía 91. Por favor, tome eso.
You see,
Your Honor, could we have Mr. Gardner's microphone on, please?
Yes.
do you see your telephone number
¿Ve usted su número de
on the
teléfono
face of that bill?
en la parte de enfrente de ese cobro?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you to take a look through the pages,
Quiero
if you will,
pedirle
please.
que ojee las páginas. Si podría hacerlo, por favor.
See many of the telephone numbers you called
¿Ve usted muchos de los números de teléfonos que usted llamó
during the month of June
durante el mes
1994?
de junio de 1994?
Sí, señor, los de Glendale.
Yes, sir. The ones from Glendale.
Okay.
Es que no solamente yo uso este teléfono, también lo usa mi patrona.
It's
Porque de
just
ella.
that I'm not the only one that uses this telephone. The lady that I work for also uses it because it's hers.
Well, you were the only one home on June 13, 14, and 15, correct?
Bueno, pero usted fue la única persona que estuvo en casa durante el 13, el 14 y el 15 de junio, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you page 6 of the phone bill.
Déjenme mostrarle la página número 6 del cobro.
Okay. And there are 5 phone calls between June 11 and June 16 to the United Kingdom, correct?
Y hay 4 o 5 llamadas a Inglaterra entre el 11 de junio y el 16 de junio, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you made those calls?
¿Y usted hizo esas llamadas?
Pues si están en esa fecha, yo las hice, señor.
Well, if they happened on that date, on those dates, then I made them, sir.
Ma'am. Do you recall calling the Salingers to tell them about the traffic problems in the area?
¿Recuerda haberle llamado a los señores Salinger para comunicar?
Objection, Your Honor, may I-
What's
what
no, what's the legal ground?
the ground, because this was, the court has to see the bill. The court look at the bill and will understand better what I'm doing.
I've got the bill in front of me.
Look at the purity. Check the form of the question. I think it's fair to the witness, Your Honor, based upon that.
Overruled.
In calling the Salingers in the UK,
¿Llamó usted a los señores Salinger
were you calling them to tell them about the traffic problems in the area?
en Inglaterra?
Overruled.
¿Le llamó para comunicarles los problemas de tránsito que estaban ocurriendo?
Sí, señor, le llamé.
Yes, sir. I called them.
Tell them about the traffic problems?
¿Le dijo de los problemas de tránsito?
No recuerdo si hablé con ella porque no tienen diferente tiempo y nunca los encontraba en el hotel.
I don't remember if I spoke to her because they have different times and I wouldn't find them at the hotel.
Did they call you back?
¿Ellos le llamaron de regreso?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
You mentioned a close friend named Alma, correct?
Usted mencionó una amistad cercana con el nombre de Alma, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Is that Alma Guerrero?
¿Eso es Alma Guerrero?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Well, you do know Alma Guerrero, don't you?
Bueno, usted sí conoce a Alma Guerrero, ¿no? ¿Es
No
así?
conozco a Alma Guerrero, yo, señor.
I do not know Alma Guerrero, sir.
Well, do you know a woman named Alma
Bueno, ¿conoce usted a una mujer cuyo nombre es Alma?
who
Sí,
works
sí.
for a family on Rockingham?
Que trabaja con una familia sobre la Rockingham?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document. I'm going to show you the address.
Le voy a mostrar un documento, le voy a mostrar la
I'm going to ask you to
dirección.
look at the address,
Le voy a pedir que vea la dirección.
if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yo la busco, no se preocupe.
I'll look for it, don't worry about it.
May I point it out to you, ma'am?
Es over here, señor.
Yes.
30.
Okay, just keep it to
Okay.
yourself.
En silencio.
Ok.
All right. Is that the address where Alma works?
¿Ese es el domicilio de donde trabaja Alma?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And she is a housekeeper and a nanny, is that correct?
Y ella es una empleada doméstica y es niñera, ¿es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And she's someone that you speak to or used to speak to
Y ella es
almost on a
alguien
daily basis,
con
correct?
quien usted habla o con quien solía hablar casi diariamente, ¿correcto?
No todos los días, pero salíamos a caminar el baby.
Not every day, but we would go out to walk the baby.
Okay. And you would do that often, correct?
Y hacía eso con frecuencia, ¿correcto?
Cuando yo tenía tiempo.
When I had time.
Okay. And you would meet her in front of the Salinger's house?
Y se encontraba con ella frente a la casa de los señores Salinger.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you would talk about the Simpson family?
Y hablaban con respecto a la familia Simpson.
No, porque yo no sé la vida de Mr. Simpson, señor.
No, because I don't know Mr. Simpson's life, sir.
Well, you would talk about the murders and how tragic it all was, correct?
Bueno, hablaban con respecto a los asesinatos y lo trágico que todo esto era, ¿correcto?
Ella tenía que saberlo si allí vive también.
She must have known it. She lives there too.
Well, but you and she talked about it on occasion, didn't you?
Muy bien, pero usted y ella hablaban con respecto a eso ocasionalmente, ¿correcto?
No, hablamos de otras cosas de la vida de nosotras.
No, we would talk about other things, about our own lives.
Okay. So you were living next door to Mr. Simpson's estate,
Así es que usted vivía,
but you
al
never
lado
talked
de
about
la
the
residencia
murders
del
with your
señor
best
Simpson.
friend, Alma.
pero usted nunca habló con respecto.
Sustained. No, assumes facts are not in evidence.
She said she was her best friend.
She said that's what she said.
No.
Okay. Is the Alma that works at 535?
I'm sorry, counsel.
See, you mentioned all the world now.
All over the world knows now.
It's so bad.
Bad. Thank you. Okay. That's the Alma that works there is your best friend, correct?
La alma que trabaja ahí es su mejor amiga.
Somos amigas, señor.
We are friends, sir.
Okay. You've known her almost 5 years, correct?
Ya son casi 5 años de que usted la conoce.
No, señor.
No, sir.
How long have you known her?
¿Por cuánto tiempo la ha conocido?
Como unos 2 años y medio, por ahí.
About 2.5 years. Around there.
Okay. Well, during the many conversations you had with her,
Bueno, durante las numerosas conversaciones que usted ha tenido con ella,
you never mentioned anything about seeing the Bronco.
usted nunca mencionó nada
The
con
night of the
respecto a haber visto el Bronco la noche de los asesinatos.
Correct?
¿Correcto?
No me recuerdo haberle dicho nada, señor.
I don't remember having told her anything, sir.
All right, Mr. Darden, I have to stop because of the videotape is running out at this point. You need to change tapes.
Okay. I would ask that Mr. Cochran not discuss the information I just gave the witness with the witness, Your Honor, during the break.
Ask her lawyer.
It's up to her lawyer.
Okay. Well, I'd ask that Mr. Cochran not give the information I just gave to him, to her lawyer.
No problem. That's up to her lawyer.
All right. All right, we'll stand in recess for 15. Have it quiet, please. All right, back on the record, all parties are present. Mr. Cochran, you had a comment?
Yes, Your Honor, I wanted to, while the cameras were going, to straighten out something for the record. The court pleases. At one of the sidebars, Mr. Darden said that some local channel or some, Mr. Darden and Ms. Clark said something about some television station was reporting that I was signaling the witness. That is absolutely ludicrous, and I think it's actionable. What happened, and we went back, and my client, in fact, Mr. Simpson, reminded me, and I talked to the court reporter. When Mr. Darden asked Ms. Lopez a question about what we had talked about, and she said she was told to tell the truth, Mr. Darden started to he made a sound that was kind of like a laugh or some kind of a sound. I asked Your Honor to strike that from the record, if Your Honor recalls. I then looked at Chris, as I oftentimes do, and I asked her to strike that from the record. And I went like this, get that from the record or whatever. She was trying to tell me that she couldn't get a laugh or a smile or a grin down. And I wanted to make that clear for the record, that I will hold anyone actionable who would make any such a statement like that. I would never, ever do anything like that, and I very much resent it. And I would like, Your Honor, to hear from Chris with regard to the fact she sat there and watched me do that. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes, yes.
So I'm just furious that people would be so desperate, Your Honor, for a story. I've never looked at that witness. I wasn't paying attention to the witness. I was talking to the court reporter. From my seat here, I can barely see up there. And I was talking to her about striking that from the record. So I hope the record is clear in that regard, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor.
All right, record should reflect that Rosa Lopez has again resumed the witness stand. Good afternoon again, Ms. Lopez. Hopefully this will be the end of it. I'm sorry.
For the condition, that also, Mr. Darden did approach the witness stand. The condition, would that be on the same table?
I assume it's all on the same tape, and I assume we have a backup tape from Court TV.
No, he approached the bench and asked some questions of the witness. And so I want to make sure that I get equal time with regard to it. But I didn't have a microphone on that sample, so I was just inquiring of the court and of Chris before everybody leaves.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, can we, well, at the end of the day, can we just make sure that
Do you want to secure the tape of that particular passage?
No. What I would like to do is to make sure that my response goes on that tape, because later on, you're going to have to be faced with editing that and making a judgment on it. That's what.
All right, I'm not as concerned about that because we do still have the verbatim court reporter's transcript.
What I was going to say, if the court wants me to, I'll go by the witness and make the same kind of gestures that he did when he was up at this. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we'll get to that when we get to redirect. All right, thank you for your comments, Mr. Carter. All right, good afternoon again, Ms. Lopez. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may conclude your cross-examination.
Tarde, señor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Subtle, huh?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Is there still a problem with the telestrator? There's a problem with the telestrator and with copying. We haven't even gotten to the photographs we want to talk about, so just so you know.
He was indicating there's still a problem with the telestrator and the printer at this point, but we're going to proceed in its absence in any way.
Okay.
All right, proceed.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, you told us that you consider the information that you had
Usted nos dijo que usted consideraba la información que usted tenía
as somehow posing a danger.
que en alguna forma presentaba un peligro.
Peligro, pero es una información que creo que no se le puede dar a cualquier persona, a cualquier
Danger,
persona que
well,
no
this is
sepa.
the kind of information that you can't give to just anybody that doesn't know it.
Okay. All right, so you didn't give it to the police?
O sea, usted se lo dio a la policía.
Okay. You know, I'm going to object to it.
Overruled. Counsel, let me make this real clear. Objections are objection, and then I'll ask you to state the legal grounds. Mr. Dirk.
Okay. You didn't give this information to the police,
Usted
correct?
no le dio esta información a la policía, ¿verdad?
No,
No.
Did you give it to the police?
¿Usted se la dio a la policía?
no.
No.
Did you give the information to the Salingers? That is prior to January 15, 1995?
¿Usted le dio esta información a los Salinger? Eso quiere decir antes del 15 de enero de 1995?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't give it to Alma Guerrero, right?
Usted no se la dio a Alma Guerrero, ¿correcto?
Yo no creo que. No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Prior to the break, you told us that you did not tell your friend Alma about having seen the Bronco, correct?
Object.
Overruled.
Can I have the question read back, please?
Prior to the break, you told us you did not tell your friend Alma about having seen the Bronco, correct?
No me acuerdo yo, señor.
I'm sorry, what did she say?
She doesn't remember.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. You don't remember telling Alma, or you don't remember telling us?
¿Usted no recuerda habérselo dicho a Alma o no recuerda habernoslo dicho a nosotros?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember your testimony from 15 or 20 minutes ago?
¿Usted no recuerda su propio testimonio de hace 15, 20 minutos?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Can't remember it?
¿Usted no lo puede recordar?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Can you remember your testimony from this morning?
¿Usted puede recordar su propio testimonio de esta mañana?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also have a friend named Sylvianne Walker, correct?
The
You have
last
a
name?
friend named Sylvianne Walker?
Usted también tiene una amiga que se llama Sylvia Ann Walker, ¿verdad?
Ella no es mi amiga, señora. Ella fue mi patrona porque es muy rica para que sea mi amiga.
She is not my friend, sir. She's my boss. She is too rich to be my friend.
Okay. She is someone you used to work for, correct?
Ella es una persona para la que usted trabajaba antes, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You worked for her prior to your working for the Salingers, correct?
Y usted trabajó para ella antes de haber trabajado para los Salinger, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you've been working for the Salingers for 3 years, correct?
Y usted ha estado trabajando para los Salinger por 3 años, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
But you do speak to Miss Walker on occasion, correct?
Pero usted habla con la señora Walker ocasionalmente, ¿verdad?
De vez en cuando, señor.
Once in a while, sir.
You also know Miss Walker's husband, correct?
Usted también conoce al esposo de la señora Walker, ¿verdad?
Oh, sí, señor.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And you like him a lot, correct?
Y él le cae muy bien a usted, ¿verdad?
Todas las personas buenas caen bien, señor.
All good people, I think all good people are nice, sir.
Okay. And you usually cook him a birthday dinner every year, correct?
Usted generalmente le cocina a él una cena de cumpleaños todos los años, ¿verdad?
Cuando me necesitan, sí, señor.
When they need me, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall calling Miss Walker in August 1994?
¿Usted recuerda haber llamado a la señora Walker en agosto de 1994?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You and Miss Walker discussed the murders, correct?
Y usted y la señora Walker hablaron de los asesinatos, ¿verdad?
No recuerdo que hayamos hablado de asesinato, señor. Hablamos de la cena que le iba a hacer al señor.
I don't remember that we discussed about any murder, sir. I do remember about the dinner that we were going to cook for the gentleman.
Are you saying you don't remember because you don't remember?
¿Está
Or are you saying,
It's a vague question. Why don't we rephrase it?
you know, so
No hay problema.
there are about 50 questions that I've asked you now that you don't remember.
Ask and answer, not argue.
Overruled.
Hay ahora como 50 preguntas que le he hecho que usted no, de las cuales usted no sabe la respuesta.
That you don't remember the answer to, or the event, or the time, or the
Usted no
occasion.
recuerda la ocasión o la hora.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. It's actually compound and complex because it calls for several different answers. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Ms. Lopez, during the conversation you had with Ms. Walker,
Señora López, durante esa conversación que usted tuvo con la señora Walker,
did you tell her that you had information regarding the location of the Bronco the night of the murders?
usted le dijo a ella que usted tenía información tocante al lugar donde el Bronco en la noche de los asesinatos?
No me recuerdo habérselo dicho, señor.
I don't remember having said that to her, sir.
Does someone tell you that if you say that you don't remember something, that it'll make it easier for you?
¿Alguien le ha dicho a usted que si usted dice que no se recuerda algo, que le va a salir todo más fácil a usted?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't tell Alma that you saw the Bronco,
Usted no le dijo a Alma que usted vio el
Did you?
Bronco, ¿verdad?
No recuerdo haberle contado eso a ella.
What's the objection?
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
you didn't tell Alma that you saw the Bronco that night, did you?
Usted no recuerda haberle dicho a Alma que usted había visto el Bronco esa noche, ¿verdad?
No me recuerdo, pregúntenle a ella si se lo dije, porque no me acuerdo.
I don't remember. Ask her if I told her, because I don't remember.
Okay, well, if I told you that she told us that you never told her about it,
Objection. Objection, one. Hearsay, the proper question.
Overruled to 770 Foundation.
if I told you that she told us,
Si yo le digo a usted que ella nos contó
May
a
is
nosotros,
proper. 770.
Rephrase.
are you aware that we spoke to Alma?
usted sabe, usted tiene
I think you tell us.
Overruled.
May, either.
I think she understands who we're talking about.
¿Usted tiene conocimiento que hemos hablado con Alma?
No, señor, usted nunca me lo ha dicho.
No, sir. It's never been said to me.
Didn't you testify earlier that Alma told you that we had spoken to her
¿No dijo usted?
some time ago?
I'm sorry.
Didn't you testify earlier that you knew that we had spoken to Alma before?
No es que
Objection, nothing states the testimony.
Sustained.
She did tell us that earlier.
Objection, you're going to be speaking.
Same.
Same objection.
Sustained.
Okay. During the conversation you had with Miss Walker,
durante la conversación que usted tuvo con la señora Walker,
did you discuss the upcoming trial of OJ Simpson?
¿usted habló del juicio pendiente de OJ Simpson?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you discuss the possibility that you might testify?
¿Usted habló de
case.
de la posibilidad que usted podía atestiguar?
No recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did you discuss the possibility that you might testify in this case?
Usted habló de la posibilidad de que existía la posibilidad que usted iba a rendir testimonio en este caso.
Con ella no me recuerdo haberle dicho eso, señor.
I don't remember having said that to her, sir.
Does that mean that you did or that you didn't?
¿Eso quiere decir que usted lo hizo o no lo hizo?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, who did you tell about the Bronco? That is, during the year 1994.
Pero
Did you
¿a
tell
quién
anybody?
le dijo usted acerca del Bronco durante el año de 1994? ¿Usted le contó a alguien?
Se lo dije al señor que me fue, al investigador, señor.
I said this to the to the investigator, sir.
Mr. Bill?
¿El señor Mayo?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And is he the only person you told this to during 1994?
¿Él es la única persona a quien usted le dijo esto durante el año de 1994?
Después había otra persona, no me acuerdo su apellido.
Later on, there was another person, I don't remember the last name.
Does that person work for Mr. Johnny?
¿Esa persona trabaja para el señor Johnny?
No lo sé, señor.
I don't know that, sir.
Who does that person work for, if you know?
¿Para quién trabaja esa persona, si usted sabe?
Parece que para Mr. Shapiro, yo no sé.
It seems that it's for Mr. Shapiro. I don't know.
Other than that person and Mr. Bill, did you tell anybody else during 1994?
Además de esa persona y el señor Bill, ¿usted le contó a alguien más en el año de 1994?
No recuerdo, señor, a quién más.
I don't remember who else, sir.
Well, did you tell someone else?
¿Usted le contó a alguien más?
Ya le dije que no me acuerdo, señor.
I already told you that I don't remember, sir.
During your conversation with Miss Walker,
Durante su conversación con la señora Walker,
isn't it true that you told her,
¿no es cierto que usted le dijo a ella,
quote, OJ Simpson is a great guy,
repito al pie de la letra,
and I'll testify
no
to
es cierto que el
anything?
señor OJ Simpson es una magnífica persona, yo voy a atestiguar a su favor en cualquier momento?
No me acuerdo.
I don't remember.
You're not denying having made that statement then.
Pero no está negando que usted dijo eso entonces.
Es que no me acuerdo si se lo dije, ¿no?
It's that I don't remember if I said that or not.
So you could have said that.
O sea, usted podría haber dicho eso.
No lo sé, señor.
I don't know, sir.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Ms. Lopez,
Señora López, señorita.
you spoke to the investigators,
Usted habló con los
Mr.
investigadores,
Bill and the other man, during August,
con el
correct?
señor Bill y con el otro señor durante el mes de agosto, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You spoke to Ms. Walker during August, correct?
Usted habló con la señora Walker durante el mes de agosto, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you spoke to Ms. Walker after you spoke to the investigators, correct?
Usted habló con la señora Walker después de que usted habló con los investigadores, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And so when you spoke to Ms. Walker, you knew that you might be testifying in this case, correct?
Así que cuando usted habló con la señora Walker, usted sabía que existía la posibilidad que podía rendir testimonio en este caso, ¿verdad?
Y yo les había dicho a los investigadores que yo no quería venir a testiguar a corte, señor.
I had told the investigators that I didn't want to come and testify in court, sir.
Ms. Lopez, did you
Señora
tell
López.
Ms. Walker that you would testify to anything, anytime?
¿Usted le dijo a la señora Walker que usted iba a testiguar, a rendir testimonio sobre cualquier cosa en cualquier momento?
No me acuerdo haberlo dicho, señor.
I don't remember having said that to her.
Ms.
sir.
Lopez, this is supposed to be the murder case of the century.
Objection.
Sustain.
Let me pose just one question.
No,
There's one thing.
I'm sustaining the
No,
objection.
I said there's something else I wanted to point out, where be aware of. But,
All right, with the reporter, please.
thank you.
May continue.
Ms. Lopez, could you have told Ms. Walker
Señora López, usted podría haberle dicho a la señora Walker
that you will testify to anything, anytime in this case?
de que
Speculation.
Sustain. I think we've asked this question about this statement to Ms. Walker now about 8 different ways. So
Is
why
the
don't we
court
go-
accepting the witness's response that she can't remember?
Well, counsel, that's a different issue under 770 and 1335. What is it, 1235?
Ms. Lopez,
Señora López,
you've had many, many conversations with the lawyers and investigators in this case, correct?
usted ha tenido muchas conversaciones con los abogados y con los investigadores de este caso, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you've had a conversation with one of these lawyers.
Y
Mr.
efectivamente,
Simpson.
usted tuvo una conversación con uno de los abogados del señor Simpson.
Each and every day over the past 6 days, correct?
Todos y cada uno de los días por los últimos 6 días, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went to Mr. Simpson's office on Saturday for 7 hours, correct?
Usted fue a la...
Sustain.
Were you at Mr. Cochran's office from 2 to 9 p.m. last Saturday?
¿Usted estuvo en la oficina del señor Cochran de las 2 hasta las 9 de la noche el sábado?
No, señor.
No, sir.
How long were you there?
¿Por cuánto tiempo estuvo usted
No
ahí?
lo sé, señor.
I don't know that, sir.
Okay. But you were there several hours, correct?
Pero usted estuvo ahí varias horas, ¿verdad?
No, señor. Unas pocas horas, no sé cuántas.
No, sir. Just a few hours. I don't know how many.
When you say just a few hours, do you mean like 2 hours?
Cuando usted dice unas pocas horas, ¿se refiere a 2 horas?
No, señor.
No, sir.
How many hours?
¿Cuántas horas?
No sé cuántas estuvimos ahí, señor.
I don't know for how many we were there, sir.
You weren't paying attention to the clock?
¿Usted no se estaba fijando en el reloj?
No me importan las horas, señor.
I don't care about the hours, sir.
You're not very time conscious, correct?
Usted no... Usted no tiene mucha conciencia o no le importa mucho el tiempo, entonces.
Sí me importa el tiempo que pierdo aquí.
Yes, I am conscious about the time that I waste here.
Well, let's stop wasting time.
Bueno, entonces dejemos
Overruled.
de perder el
Assume
tiempo.
that's a preface to winding up cross-examination.
You don't know what time it was that you heard any of the voices that you say you heard, correct?
Usted no sabe qué horas serán cuando.
Sustained.
You don't know what time it was that you saw the Bronco.
Usted no sabe
night
qué
of June
horas
12.
serán cuando usted. ¿A qué horas serán cuando usted vio al Bronco?
¿Le contesto, señor?
El día 12 de junio.
Señor, yo siempre he dicho que fue después de las 10.
Sir, I've always said that it was
Los minutos
after 10.
ustedes los sabrán acomodar, porque yo no lo sé.
And
Que,
perhaps you accommodated the
que vi el
other
reloj,
minutes.
eran las 10 de la noche,
But
herví mi agua,
because I saw the clock, it was
Puse mi
10
té.
o'clock. I boiled my water, I made my tea,
y que le quité el collar a la perra,
and I took the collar off the dog.
busqué el leash,
I looked for the leash,
se lo puse
I put it on her,
y está ahí para afuera, señor.
and I went outside, sir.
What clock are you referring to?
¿A qué reloj se refiere usted, señor?
Me referí al de la cocina, primero el de mi recámara y después el de la cocina, señor.
I referred to the one in the kitchen, the one in my bedroom, and then later the one in the kitchen.
Okay, so you looked at both of those clocks prior to going outside that night?
¿Y usted miró ambos de esos relojes antes de salir para afuera esa noche?
No puedo estar en mi cuarto, señor, y en la cocina al mismo tiempo.
I can't be in my bedroom, sir, and in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you look at the clock in your bedroom and then look at the clock in your kitchen?
¿Usted miró el reloj de su cuarto y después el reloj de su cocina?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
What time was it when you looked at the clock in your bedroom?
¿Y qué horas eran cuando usted miró el reloj de su cuarto?
Las 10 de la noche, señor.
10 in the evening, sir.
What time was it when you looked at the clock in the kitchen?
¿Y qué horas eran cuando usted miró el reloj de la cocina?
Póngale a las 10 y 30 segundos, señor. Póngale que es 2 segundos. hasta
Say
señor.
10 and 30 seconds, 2 seconds.
What time was it when you looked at your watch?
¿Y qué horas eran cuando usted miró?
Sustained.
Your Honor, never
No,
mind.
no.
In Spanish, there's only one word for reloj, whether it's a watch or a clock. So,
Were you wearing a wristwatch? How about that?
¿usted tenía un reloj de pulsera?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And when you went outside, you weren't wearing a watch.
Y cuando usted salió para afuera, usted no tenía puesto un reloj de pulsera.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did Sylvia Ann Walker ask you what you thought of the murder charges pending against Mr. Simpson?
Jack, your hearsay, objection, Your Honor.
It's a question, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer.
La señora Walker le preguntó qué pensaba usted acerca de los cargos de asesinato contra el señor OJ Simpson.
A mí no me puede preguntar a la señora porque ella es más inteligente que yo.
She couldn't have asked me that because she's more intelligent than I am.
Well, didn't Miss Walker ask you, well, what do you think?
No es que la señora Walker le preguntó, bueno, ¿qué piensa usted?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Didn't she ask you, what do you think that is about the murder charges?
No,
Ella
señor.
le preguntó que qué pensaba usted acerca de los cargos de asesinato. No, sir.
Didn't she ask you if you thought that Mr. Simpson committed the murders?
No es que ella le preguntó a usted que si usted pensaba
Overruled.
que el señor Simpson había cometido los asesinatos. Puede contestar.
No, señor.
No, sir.
And isn't it true that you responded, oh no, senora, he had somebody do it for him?
Y no es cierto que usted respondió, oh, no, señora. Él hizo que alguien más lo hiciera.
No, señor. No me acuerdo haber dicho a la señora eso.
No, sir, I don't remember having said that to the lady.
You last spoke to Miss Walker on January 6th of this year, correct?
La última vez que usted habló con la señora Walker era el 6 de enero de este mismo año, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you saw her here in court on Monday, correct?
Y usted la vio aquí en la sala del tribunal el lunes, ¿verdad?
No la vi, señor.
I didn't
Si no
see
la
her,
saludo
sir.
porque la
Or I
aprecio
would have
mucho.
said hi to her because I like her very much.
So
I
you
respect her very much.
So you're saying you didn't see Miss Walker?
O sea, usted está diciendo que usted no vio a la señora Walker.
No, señor. No la vi aquí.
No, sir, I did not see her here.
And do you like her and respect her because you believe her to be an honest person?
Objection.
Sustain.
Character.
I'm sorry?
Never mind.
No, Ms. Walker, approximately 12 years, correct?
Usted tiene aproximadamente como 12 años de conocer a la señora Walker, ¿verdad?
Correct?
¿Verdad?
La conozco desde 1900, a mediados de 1981, señor, o 82.
I've known
Empecé
her.
a trabajar con ella en el 82.
I've known her since halfway 1981, 82. I started working for her in 1982.
And has she always been kind to you?
Yes.
Don't we just want to ask if there's some reason why this might be, why those statements might have been said?
I like my way better. Yeah.
All right.
Objection.
Sustain.
Okay. Can you think of any reason why Ms. Walker might lie and say that you told her that you will testify to anything, anytime in this case?
¿Puede pensar en alguna razón por la cual la señora Walker dijo que mintió cuando usted le dijo que usted iba a testiguar en cualquier momento, a cualquier hora?
Es que yo no me recuerdo habérselo dicho a ella, señor.
Well, it's that I don't remember having said that to her, sir.
Okay. So it could be that perhaps you did make that statement, correct?
O sea,
Overruled.
es posible que ella se inventó esto, entonces.
No lo creo, señor.
I don't think so, sir.
Do you know that you didn't make that statement?
I'm sorry?
Sustain.
I asked you the other day if you had ever spoken to anyone from the Inquirer.
Le pregunté el otro día que si usted había hablado con alguien del Inquirer.
Do you recall me asking you that question?
¿Usted recuerda que yo le hice esa pregunta?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did you understand the question when I asked it then?
¿Usted entendió la pregunta cuando se la hice en ese entonces?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever
¿Alguna vez usted ha...
have one moment, Your Honor. Let's go back and talk about Michelle for a moment.
Vamos a volver a hablar de Michelle por un momento.
Okay, that is Michelle Abduram, correct?
Esa es Michelle Abdul, ¿verdad?
Yo no le sé su apellido, solo la conozco por Michelle.
I don't know her last name. I just know her by Michelle.
And she used to be the maid over at Mr. Simpson's home, correct?
Y antes era ella la muchacha en la casa del señor Simpson, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she got fired, is that right?
Objection.
Sustain.
Basis?
Calls for speculation,
Okay. Okay.
if she knows.
Okay. Are you aware that Michelle got fired from Mr. Simpson's home?
Speculation.
Are you?
¿Usted sabe si la despidieron de la casa del señor Simpson?
Que yo sepa, no.
No, that I
yo no
know.
sé.
I don't know.
Well,
Yo no le pregunté eso a ella.
I don't ask those things to her.
well, you do know that Nicole slapped Michelle
Bueno, pero
one day,
usted
correct?
sí sabe que Nicole le dio una cachetada en la cara a Michelle una vez.
Porque ella me lo dijo.
Because she told me that.
And Michelle was very upset when she told you that, correct?
Y Michelle estaba muy alterada cuando ella le contó eso a usted, ¿verdad?
Estaba muy triste.
She was very sad.
And she told you that she hated Michelle, or rather that she hated Nicole, correct?
Seriously, it's not so relevant material.
Overruled.
Y ella le dijo que ella odiaba a Nicole, ¿verdad?
No me dijo que la odiaba.
She didn't tell me she hated her.
Pardon me? What was the
Perdón?
answer?
No me dijo que la odiaba.
She didn't tell me that she hated her.
But she was crying when she told you that she'd been slapped, correct?
Pero ella estaba llorando cuando ella le dijo a usted que le habían dado una cachetada en la cara, ¿verdad?
Cualquiera llora, señor.
Anyone would cry, sir.
Or was she crying?
Pero estaba llorando ella?
Sí, señor, mucho.
Yes, sir, a lot.
Okay. And were you upset that Nicole had slapped Michelle?
¿Y usted estaba alterada porque Nicole le había dado una cachetada en la cara a Michelle?
No, nomás la traté de consolarla.
No, I just try to console her.
Well, isn't it true that you didn't like Nicole?
¿No es cierto que a usted no le caía bien Nicole?
Yo una vez la vi en Nicole, no puedo decir que no la quiero.
I only saw Nicole once. I can't say that I don't like her.
Well, didn't you tell someone that you did not like her because she slapped Michelle?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Did you ever tell anyone that you disliked Nicole because Nicole had slapped Michelle?
Objection. Objection.
Overruled.
¿Es que usted alguna vez le dijo a alguien que a usted no le gustaba Nicole porque ella le había dado una cachetada a Michelle?
Es verdad.
It's true.
A nadie le gusta que le peguen, señor.
Nobody likes to get slapped, sir.
And so you were angry at Nicole for having slapped Michelle, correct?
O sea, usted estaba enojada con Nicole por haberle pegado a Michelle, ¿verdad?
No,
No,
no me pegó a mí.
she didn't hit
Y
me.
no, yo le doy para atrás a ella yo.
Because if I would have hit her back.
Did you ever tell anyone that you hated Nicole?
Objection.
Overruled.
¿En algún momento usted le contó a alguien que usted odiaba a Nicole?
No le dije que la odiaba, le dije que no la quería.
I didn't say that I hated her. I said that I didn't like her.
Why is it that you do not like her?
Porque le
Y
pegó a
por eso,
Michelle.
because she hit Michelle.
She didn't hit you,
Ella
correct?
no le pegó a usted, ¿verdad?
Pero es mi amiga y somos housekeepers y ganamos el dinero con el sudor de la frente las dos.
Yeah, but we are friends. We are both housekeepers, and we earn our living with the sweat of our brow.
And so for Nicole to strike Michelle is a form of disrespect to you too, isn't it?
Objection. That's speculative.
Overruled.
O sea, el hecho de que Nicole le haya pegado a Michelle es también una forma de falta de respeto hacia usted también.
Claro que sí.
Of course, yes.
Okay. And you are offended that a homeowner would slap their maid, correct?
Y usted está ofendida que una patrona le pegara a su muchacha, ¿verdad?
No ofendida, pero no me gustaba.
Not offended, but I didn't like it.
And you already told us that you didn't tell.
Ya no
Strike
dijo.
that. Wait, strike that. Even though you didn't tell any of the uniformed officers in front of Rockingham,
Aunque usted no les haya dicho esto a ninguno de los oficiales uniformados de Rockingham
about your having seen the Bronco,
acerca de que usted había visto el Bronco,
okay, you did tell Michelle, correct?
usted sí le dijo eso a Michelle, ¿verdad?
Overruled.
Puede contestar.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you told Michelle before you told the Salingers,
¿Y usted le contó a Michelle antes de haberle contado a los Salinger, a los señores Salinger?
correct?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Can you told Michelle before you told Sylvianne Walker?
¿Y
your
usted le
best
dijo a
friend
Michelle
Alma?
antes de contarle a Sylvian Walker?
Objection.
Sustain.
What was the last name?
Walker.
Objection.
I've sustained the objection on grounds of compound.
And you consider the information that you had to be very dangerous, right?
Y usted considera que la información
Overruled.
que usted tenía era bastante peligrosa, ¿verdad?
Claro que sí.
Of course, yes.
Did you think you were putting Michelle in danger when you told her what you knew about the Bronco?
¿Usted pensó que estaba poniendo en peligro a Michelle cuando usted le dijo a ella lo que usted sabía acerca del Bronco?
Es que no lo hablamos en la forma que usted me lo pregunta, señor.
Is that we didn't discuss it in the same way that you're asking me this, sir.
Well, did you tell Michelle that you'd seen the Bronco?
Bueno, ¿usted le contó a Michelle que usted había visto el Bronco?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And did Michelle tell you what time it was that you saw the Bronco?
Y Michelle,
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Did
question?
Michelle tell you what time it was that you saw the Bronco?
Michelle le dijo a usted qué horas eran cuando usted vio el Bronco?
No me acuerdo si se lo dije, señor.
I don't remember if I said that to her, sir.
Well, did she say it to you?
Pero ella se lo dijo a usted.
No.
No.
But you and she discussed everything you knew
Pero usted y ella hablaron
about
todo
the
lo
Bronco,
de todo lo que usted sabía acerca del Bronco,
correct?
¿verdad?
Unas poquitas palabras.
A few words.
Señor juez, yo quisiera
Your Honor,
agüita.
I would like some more water,
Yes, Mr. Robertson.
Please.
please.
Were you given a business card from someone who claimed to be with the Inquirer?
Alguien le dio una tarjeta a usted que decía que era de una tarjeta de negocios que le decía a usted que eran del Enquirer.
Me dieron muchas tarjetas, señor.
They gave you many cards, sir.
Well, were you given a business card from Michael Duffy?
Michael Duffy le dio a usted una tarjeta de negocio.
Yo no sé, señor, el nombre del hombre porque no me acuerdo.
I don't know, sir, the name of that man because I don't remember.
How about Michael Glenn?
Y Michael Glenn?
No sé, señor, no me acuerdo los nombres. Me dieron muchos
I don't know that,
nombres.
sir. I don't remember the names. They gave me many with many names.
How about Brad Weisberg?
I'm checking his names these are names of, I don't know who his names are. It's relevant, which are, yes.
Or will.
How about Brad Weisberg?
¿Y de Brad Weisberg?
Yes.
Señor, no me acuerdo porque tenía que estar apuntando tanto reporteros que llegaron. Si llegaron cientos de reporteros de todo el mundo.
Sir, I
No
don't
puedo
remember
acordarme.
because I would have had to been written down hundreds of the names of reporters because reporters came from all over the world.
Well, did you speak to all of those reporters that came from all over the world?
¿Usted habló
Or
con todos esos reporteros que supuestamente vinieron de todo el mundo?
Con los que llegaron a la casa, pues tenía que decirles que no, ¿qué voy a hacer, pues?
Well, with the ones that came over to the house, I had to say something. What am I going to do then?
You could say no comment.
Usted podría decir, no,
Not a question. Not a question.
So you did talk to several reporters, then, correct?
o sea, usted sí ha hablado con varios reporteros, ¿verdad?
Pues sí, pues decían no comentarios.
Yes, but I said no comment.
You just saw the video footage we played for you on the monitor, right?
Usted acaba de ver el metraje del video que acabamos de ponerle a usted, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say no comment then, did you?
Y usted no dijo, y usted no dijo que no tenía ningún comentario esa vez, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall an occasion when you were standing in front of the house
¿Usted recuerda una vez que usted está parada al frente de la casa
with your friend Alma,
con su amiga Alma?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
and a man came up and gave both of you a business card?
Y un hombre se les acercó y les dio a las dos ustedes una tarjeta de negocios?
Yo no sé si a ella le dieron, sí, a mí me dieron muchas, como le he dicho
I
muchas
don't know if
veces.
they gave her one, sir. I know that I told you they gave me many of them.
Do you recall an occasion when you were standing in front of the house when a
Usted
man came up and gave both you and Alma a business card?
¿Usted recuerda una vez que estaba parada enfrente de la casa y un señor se acercó y les dio a las dos ustedes, a usted y a Alma, una tarjeta de negocios?
No, no me acuerdo, señor.
No, I don't remember, sir.
Do you recall an occasion when you and Alma were standing in front of the house
¿Usted recuerda una vez que usted y Alma estaban paradas enfrente de la casa
and a woman approached the two of you and gave you both a business card?
y una mujer se le acercó a ustedes y les dio a cada una de ustedes una tarjeta de negocios?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did you call the Inquirer, the National Enquirer?
¿Usted llamó al Enquirer, el National Enquirer?
Que yo me acuerde, no, señor.
Not that I remember, sir.
Did you call the Star?
¿Usted llamó the Star?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you call the Globe?
¿Usted llamó the Globe?
No sé de esa revista, nunca la he visto, señor.
I don't know about that magazine, sir. I've never seen it.
But you have seen the National Enquirer, correct?
Pero si usted sí ha visto al National Enquirer, ¿verdad?
Yo no compro esos periódicos, compro mi opinión, señor.
I don't buy those newspapers, sir. I buy La Opinión.
But you have seen the National Enquirer, correct?
Pero,
She said she doesn't buy it. I asked her if she's seen it.
Correct. You can clarify. Overruled.
You've seen the National Enquirer in the stores, right?
pero usted sí ha visto la revista El National Enquirer en las tiendas, ¿verdad?
No sé, nunca la he visto. No sé qué
I don't
color
know.
tendrá.
I have never seen it. I don't know what
don't know.
color it could be. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Bueno,
did you ever discuss selling your story
¿en alguna vez usted tuvo alguna plática acerca de vender su historia?
to a
Jamás.
reporter from the National Enquirer?
A un reportero del National Enquirer? The answer was never.
No, señor.
No, sir.
Never.
Never, señor.
Nunca. Never, sir.
You never discussed receiving $5,000 from the National Enquirer or the
Ya no
Star?
estuviera aquí,
Usted
señor.
nunca habló de haber recibido $5,000 del National Enquirer. I wouldn't be here. I'm sorry, I can't hear the room. I wouldn't be here anymore, sir.
Con $5,000 ya no estuviera aquí, señor.
With $5,000, I would no longer be here, sir.
Well, what if you were given $5,000 to stay here?
Pero, ¿y qué si le hubieran dado a usted los $5,000 para permanecer acá?
No estoy aquí, señor. Me voy, señor, y me pierden todos. A ver a dónde.
I'm not here, sir. I leave and I get lost. God knows,
Ms.
who
Lopez,
knows where.
Ms. Lopez,
Señora López,
isn't it true that you told Sylvia Guerrero
¿no es cierto que usted le dijo a Silvia Guerrero
that you were going to be paid to testify in this case?
que a usted le iban a pagar para rendir testimonio en este caso?
No, señor.
No, sir.
And isn't it true that you told Sylvia Guerrero
¿No es cierto que usted le dijo a Silvia Guerrero
that if she would say that she saw the Bronco,
de que si ella decía de que ella había visto el Bronco,
that she could also get paid $5,000?
de que a ella también le podían pagar $5,000?
No me acuerdo haberle dicho eso, señor.
I don't remember having said that, sir.
So you could have told her that.
O sea, usted podría haberle dicho eso.
No me
a ella.
acuerdo haberle dicho, señor.
I don't remember having said it, sir.
Did you tell her that?
¿Usted le dijo eso a ella?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did you tell her that?
¿Usted le dijo eso a ella?
Yo no me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember,
Your
sir.
Honor, Your Honor, you instruct the witness to answer the question directly. I mean, at
Now,
this,
she's indicated she doesn't remember having said something like that. Under 1235 and 770 in the case law that deals with this, you can make the appropriate motion if you have prior inconsistent statements. And it's up to the court to determine whether or not the court believes that answer.
you understand that what we're talking about here is someone bribing a witness, correct?
Usted sabe que estamos acá, lo que estamos hablando acá es que le están ofreciendo una mordida a alguien.
Sí,
Yes.
That's a serious matter,
Y
correct?
eso es una cosa muy seria, ¿verdad?
claro que sí.
Of course, yes.
Have you ever been a witness in any other case?
¿Usted ha sido testigo en algún otro caso? ¿Ha servido de testigo en algún otro caso?
No, señor.
No,
Mi
sir.
primera vez y es la última.
And perhaps it'll be the last time.
So if someone offered you $5,000, that's not the type of thing you would forget, is it?
O sea, si alguien le ofrece a usted $5,000, no es una cosa que usted va a olvidar, ¿verdad?
Yo creo que no se olvida, señor.
I don't think that you can forget that, sir.
And if someone offered you $5,000 to testify falsely, you wouldn't forget that either, would you?
Y si alguien le ofreciera a usted $5,000 para rendir testimonio falso, usted no olvidaría eso tampoco, ¿verdad?
Claro que no.
Of course not.
And if you told someone that you've been offered money to testify,
Y si usted le diría a alguien que le han ofrecido dinero para rendir testimonio,
you'd remember that, wouldn't you?
usted también recordaría eso, ¿verdad?
Claro que sí.
Of course, yes.
Did you tell Sylvia that you were going to be paid $5,000 to testify in this case?
¿Usted le dijo a Silvia que a usted le iban a pagar $5,000 para rendir testimonio en este caso?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Oh, so now you remember.
O sea, ahora usted se recuerda.
That's argumentative.
That's the same question.
That's same.
All right, hold on. Hold on. All right, objection overruled. Proceed.
So now you're saying that you didn't tell Sylvia that you were.
On that question.
Yes, sustained. Let me see counsel without report. All right, counsel, let's proceed.
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
Thank you.
Mr. Darden.
You told us that you were interviewed twice by Mr. Bill, correct?
Usted nos dijo que usted fue entrevistado 2 veces por el señor Bill, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And the second interview took place at Mr. Simpson's office, correct?
Y la segunda entrevista se llevó a cabo en la oficina del señor Simpson. ¿Así es?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was Mr. Bill present at that second interview?
¿Y el señor Bill estuvo presente en esa segunda entrevista?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did you drive yourself to the second interview?
Your microphones.
Okay.
¿Usted se fue en carro o se dirigió en el carro usted sola a la oficina del señor Simpson? ¿A la segunda entrevista?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And someone went with you, correct?
Y alguien fue con usted, ¿verdad?
No me acuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did Sylvia go with you?
¿Silvia fue con usted?
No me acuerdo si ella fue conmigo, señor.
I don't remember if she went with me, sir.
Did you ever take Sylvia over to Mr. Simpson's office with you?
¿Alguna vez usted llevó a Silvia a la oficina del señor Simpson con
No me
usted?
recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
Did you ever go to Mr. Simpson's office with Sylvia?
¿Alguna vez usted fue a la oficina del señor Simpson con Silvia?
No recuerdo si la llevé o no la llevé, señor.
I don't remember if I took her with me or not, sir.
But you told Sylvia that you were going to Mr. Simpson's office,
Pero
correct?
usted le dijo a Silvia que usted iba para la oficina del señor Simpson, ¿verdad?
No me acuerdo si le hablé, señor, o le dije, no
I
sé.
don't remember if I talked to her, if I told her, I don't know.
Did you tell Sylvia that the lawyers would give her $5,000 if she testified?
¿Usted le dijo a Silvia
We'll get there.
que los abogados le iban a pagar $5,000 si usted atestiguaba?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Never told her anything like that.
¿Usted nunca le dijo a ella una cosa así?
No, señor.
No, sir.
How long have you known Sylvia?
¿Cuánto tiempo tiene usted de conocer a Silvia?
No me recuerdo, señor.
I don't remember, sir.
You've known her a couple of years, correct?
Pero usted tiene un par de años de conocerla, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you and she are friends, correct?
Y usted y ella son amigas, ¿verdad?
Pues creo que éramos.
Well, I think we used to be.
And she never did anything wrong to you before, correct?
Y ella nunca le había hecho algo malo a usted antes, ¿verdad?
No, ni yo tampoco.
No, and I did neither.
Can you think of any reason why Sylvia might say that you told her she can make $5,000 by testifying?
¿Usted piensa en alguna razón por la cual Silvia dijo que usted le había dicho que le iban a pagar $5,000 si rendía testimonio?
Unless it was true.
A no ser que fuera cierto eso.
No, señor, no me dijo. No, nunca le dije.
No, sir, she didn't tell me. I never told her.
You told us earlier that you didn't know the age of the dog.
Sorry, man, this means.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we're having a conference.
Anyway.
Mr. Dark.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you testified this morning,
Cuando usted rindió testimonio esta mañana,
you told us that you did not tell Mr. Bill anything about Sylvia
usted nos dijo que no le había dicho nada al señor Bill, nada de Silvia,
during your first interview, correct?
durante su primera entrevista, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You told us that you only had 2 interviews with him?
Y usted nos dijo que solamente había tenido 2 entrevistas con
Es lo
él.
que me recuerdo, señor.
That's what I remember, sir.
Okay. Could you have had 3 interviews with Mr. Pell?
Podría haber tenido 3 entrevistas.
Tal vez, señor.
Maybe, sir.
Usted me dijo 5 veces o 6 veces.
You said that to me 5 times or 6 times.
So you recall my asking you that 5 or 6 times, do you?
¿Usted recuerda que yo le pregunté a usted eso 5 o 6 veces?
Ahí me dijo.
There you told me.
Okay. By the way, what is your true and correct name?
A propósito, ¿cuál es su nombre correcto y verdadero?
¿Para qué lo quiere mi nombre
Why
verdadero?
do you want my true name?
This is a court of law,
Este es un tribunal de ley.
Yo sé.
I know.
and I'm a lawyer,
Yo soy un abogado.
Ok.
Okay.
and I'm asking the questions.
Y yo estoy haciendo las preguntas.
Rosa María López.
Rosa María López.
Have you ever gone by the name of Maria Reyes?
¿Alguna vez ha usado el nombre de María Reyes?
Estoy en mi partido de nacimiento así, pero aquí me dicen que son 2 apellidos.
I am that way in my birth certificate, but they tell me here that those will be two last names.
All right, so you're also known as Maria Reyes then?
O sea, usted también se le conoce como María Reyes, entonces.
Sí, señor, yo ya lo dije.
Yes, sir, I've already said so.
Okay. Are you known by any other name?
¿A usted se le conoce por algún otro nombre?
Lo que yo sepa, no.
Not that I know.
How about Martinez?
Y Martínez?
Martínez por mi padre,
Martínez because of my father.
Okay, and Lopez because of what?
¿Y López por qué
por
razón?
mi madre.
For my mother.
Okay, and Reyes because of what?
¿Y Reyes por qué razón?
Porque ese es el nombre, señor.
Because that's the name, sir.
Did you pick that name, Maria Reyes?
¿Usted escogió o seleccionó ese nombre, María Reyes?
Señor, ¿cómo lo voy a seleccionar si cuando nací yo no podía hablar?
Sir, how could I choose that name if when I was born I couldn't talk?
Did you choose Martinez and Lopez?
¿Usted escogió o seleccionó Martínez o López? ¿Y López?
Tenía que preguntarle a mi papá.
I would have to ask my father.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about this. I know you were a child when you were born, but
Deje que le pregunte esto. Yo sé que usted
what was your
fue
birthday?
tiernita cuando nació, pero ¿cuándo es su cumpleaños?
El 6 de enero, señor.
January the 6th, sir.
What year were you born?
¿En qué año nació usted?
Ay, tendré que decirle mi edad a todo el mundo,
Do I
señor. No
have
me
to tell
gustaría
the
decirle mi
whole
edad.
world my age? I
Todas
wouldn't
las
like
mujeres
that.
mentimos la edad porque no
All
nos gusta saber
of
que
us
sepan eso.
women lie about our age because we don't like to admit it.
What year were you born?
I'm sorry, ¿en qué año nació usted?
Right out. Right out.
Have her write it out.
Excuse me, Your Honor, conference.
Or you can ask her if it's the same as on the application, the unemployment application. Ask her if it's the same year as on the unemployment application, the DOB.
Your Honor, the interpreters have a comment, and it has to do with the clarity of a translation.
Yes. What's the comment?
It's our consensus that the name Reyes could be some sort of a holy name because on January the 6th is the day of the three wise men. And sometimes, and Reyes means king or kings. And sometimes it is a Spanish custom to name, a tradition to name people after their patron saint of sorts,
All right. We'll take that up on cross or redirect.
but not necessarily the last name.
All right. Mr. Darden? DOB.
Let me show you the unemployment insurance application you filled out.
Que le voy a enseñar, a mostrar esta solicitud de desempleo que usted rellenó.
It's marked People's 87.
Es de la Fiscalía 87, el número de identificación.
Do you see the birth date indicated on that?
¿Usted ve la fecha de nacimiento
Form.
escrito ahí en ese documento, en esa solicitud?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that your true birth date?
Esa es su verdadera fecha de nacimiento.
Sí, señor, si quiero enseñar mi partida de nacimiento, señor.
Yes, sir. And if you want to, I can show you my birth certificate, sir.
Okay. Why don't you show me your driver's license
¿Por qué no me
instead?
enseña su licencia de conducir
Porque no
primero?
la traigo, señora, conmigo.
Because I don't have it with me, sir.
Well, the birth date you wrote on that form
Bueno, la fecha de nacimiento que usted puso en esta solicitud
is different from the birth date on your driver's license,
es
correct?
diferente de la fecha de nacimiento que está en su licencia de conducir.
Es
¿verdad?
verdad, señor.
That is true, sir.
Okay. And so on different forms, on different occasions, you go by different names
O
and
sea,
different birth dates,
diferentes-
correct?
Hold on. Let me see counsel at the sidebar with court, please. All right, council, we're going to take a brief recess to allow Ms. Hamburger to consult with Ms. Lopez and with Mr. Jones. Your attorney needs to talk to you for a moment, Ms. Lopez. All right, we'll take a recess. Let me
Thank
know when
you.
you're done, Ms. Hamburger.
She's in the conference room.
All right, you'll escort her out, please.
Well, she's coming out. Could we deal with Marguerite Simpson Thomas?
Yes, that matter's on calendar for tomorrow. It appears to me that the conditional examination that we've been involved in for the past several hours is going to not conclude this evening. And I want to finish it if we have to go over till tomorrow morning as soon as possible. Counsel, what I propose to do is if you will represent to me that your client, Marguerite Simpson Thomas, will be available upon 24 hours notice to counsel, and that you'll make her available, then I will take the matter for tomorrow off calendar.
I would appreciate that, Your Honor, and I would so represent.
All right, I'll accept that representation on behalf of the court. Is that agreeable to the people? Or is that agreeable to the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so ordered.
For technical reasons, tomorrow, I guess the court will issue and hold the
Yes.
judgment.
Issue and hold a bench warrant. But I won't do that till tomorrow morning, but remind me to do that technically, and we'll waive Mr. Jones' appearance for that purpose. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, as far as Ms. Rosa Lopez, she is again present before the court. And counsel, what's your pleasure as far as concluding the conditional examination? Ms. Clark?
Your Honor, I understood that all counsel were interested in recessing for the evening sometime. And resume tomorrow morning, is that correct?
That is my understanding, Your Honor, and I've spoken to Mrs. Lopez, and she is agreeable to returning tomorrow morning at 8:45.
All right. Ms. Lopez, you're ordered to return here tomorrow morning at 8:45. Do you understand the order, ma'am?
Sí, señor, entiendo.
All right. You're excused until tomorrow morning at 8:45.
Con
Thank you,
mucho
counsel.
gusto, señor.
With pleasure.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Shapiro, you wanted to make one comment for the record before we conclude? Witness bribery, that sort of thing?
$5,000?
You indicated, I'm sorry, I thought you had indicated. Sure.